And here we are. Right, we've begun. I'm just waiting for people to react. Okay. Right. It looks like we're there. Hey guys, live viewers, are you seeing us? Are you hearing us?
Dead serious?
Right, we're about to begin. I'm going to go out on a rope and say this will be a shorter stream because most of what I say, most of what I say, I think we'll have in common, me and the guest. So let's begin. All right, so hold up a sec. Let's do this right now. Hi, welcome. It's Looks Live. It's a Saturday night in your prime, and I am FACEandLMS. Welcome back, guys, to this live stream. Hopefully, this will be short today. He says. I think I'll be. I'll just get straight into what I want to talk about, and that is my reaction to last week's live stream. I'll take the L and say that the guy argued his points well. I didn't perform as well as I expected or hoped I could have. And sometimes you just have to take the L. But the thing is, I had people saying to me, "I still believe in the black pill, Face. I still believe in the black pill. It doesn't." He didn't. Disrupt my faith in the black pill. And I'm thinking, no, that wasn't his position. He wasn't saying, is the black pill legit? Does it have validity? He was saying, does it have predictive power? And it's so frustrating because, like, after the stream, so many valid what I would call valid arguments came to mind. I guess in my defense, you probably didn't hear any sound effects during that live stream. That's because, put it this way, if you don't hear any sound effects, it means I'm too nervous to play them. So I was probably like, someone said he had me on the ropes. He had me nervous, which is true. Yeah, the day after, so many things occurred to me that I should have said in the actual debate. For instance, let's talk about the methodology of the test. If people didn't watch that, I'll get on to the guest today soon. If people didn't watch that live stream, it's hard typing with one hand. Last week became so high IQ. It did, and I was a bystander in that stream. Last week, A Second Look argued that most of his point was that because the Hadza tribe couldn't differentiate between the sets of, I'm going to say snow, because we're going to refer to different genetic stocks of people as snow, night, and sun because of the censorship on YouTube. Okay, it's going to be cringe for a while, but you get used to it. A Second Look's position was because the Hadza tribe couldn't differentiate between the 5 averaged faces that were in this screenshot, that therefore the black pill doesn't have predictive power because this tribe should be able to distinguish between good-looking faces and unattractive faces of different races, even if they haven't had exposure to those faces. My argument or what I should have said is that, first of all, I had two main disagreements. I should have spoken about this. One is the methodology, which I can break down. Showing to a tribe a selection of people who may be close together on the look scale. So, for instance, the Hadza tribe could have been shown snow people who are between a 4 and a 6, and it's less likely that they will differentiate between a male 4 and a male 6. But it's a huge leap of faith to reason that tribe, the Hadza tribe, couldn't differentiate between Danny DeVito and Ian Somerhalder or Henry Cavill. So the methodology was quite flawed. If you showed the Hadza tribe a 4 out of 10 snow male and a 5 out of 10 snow male and a 6 out of 10 snow male, the Hadza tribe may not be able to differentiate between them. But if you show like a snow male who's a 1 and a snow male who's a 10, then the ability to distinguish between the two sets of looks, the looks criteria, you might see the Hadza tribe able to do that, to notice the difference. Another thing, this tribe in particular, might just have a strong appreciation for its own looks and characteristics. So if you think about it, the tribe is small, so you're more likely, if you're in this Hadza tribe, you're more likely to see every member of that tribe, because there isn't many people to come across. You're isolated. So you will have a greater appreciation and a greater appreciation for the what distinguishes one Hadza male from a different Hadza male, whereas that may not be. So you may not have developed that when you're looking at people from the West who you've never seen before. So there's that aspect. So, like, for instance, if you live in a room all your life with 5 people, you'll have a great appreciation for what makes male 1 look like he does, what makes male 2 look like he does, rather than if you're in a room of 1,000 people. Okay? But that argument, maybe those arguments could be slapped down. Maybe a second look could slap those arguments down with, in quick fashion. But that doesn't. That my main point, or something I really wanted to say, was that, and this I will be thinking about this argument on my deathbed. The point is, I think it's unfair to take an isolated tribe and take the results of a test done with them and extrapolate the findings across the rest of mankind. I've never met a Hadza woman or a Hadza male. A second look, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's never met a Hadza man or woman. We've met Canadian women, we've met British women, we've met South Korean women, we've met Japanese, Ghanaian, Nigerian, Peruvian, Argentinian. We've met these people. So how can I describe it? In societies in which we live, we can distinguish between good looks and ugly looks of people from a different race or different stock, I should say. And that's what matters to us. So, I do wish the Hadza tribe, prosperity and good luck and stuff. But for the purposes of the black pill, screw the Hadza tribe, screw the clay they build their houses out of, screw the sticks they use to burn to heat up their food, and screw the contributions they have to scientific studies. I don't care about the Hadza tribe. is it even fair to test a tribe with like a probably? I'm guessing they have like a 70 IQ. Is it even morally right to test them in this way? Just give them a fucking sandwich. They're not. I don't think we can use them as a good predictor of what the rest 99% of society, the way the rest of 99% of society behaves. I think that's an unfair position to take, that because the black pill doesn't seem true when you test a 70 IQ isolated tribe who may have adapted differently, therefore it doesn't have any validity to the rest of mankind. Screw the Hadza tribe, screw them. Maybe if you could show 10 tribes that show that pattern of behavior, maybe we're talking. And even then, who gives a shit? We live in the West, or in societies where we do come into contact with people of different races, different stocks, and women especially, do appreciate the difference between ugly men and good-looking men. So the black pill does have predictive power. You can maybe argue that the black pill is a bit fuzzy around the edges, like what makes a snow female date an attractive night male versus an attractive snow male of her own stock. You could argue that those are like the fuzzy edges of the black pill that we haven't settled on yet. But we know the black pill has predictive power in that we know that the woman is going to pick the attractive male over the unattractive male. So, all right, it's a bit fuzzy around the edges. We don't know if the woman is going to pick the male of her stock, the attractive man of her stock, or the attractive man of the night race or the sun race. You get what I'm saying? Far East sun or night in color. We don't know that. We can't predict that. But that's just the fuzzy edges of the black pill. The main thing is that the black pill is predictive in that she is more likely to pick an attractive male of any stock than an ugly man of any stock. So it does have predictive power, just not in the way he wants it to. And yes, it's a bit fuzzy around the edges, but the center of the black pill is definitely valid and does have predictive power. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so just as an example, maybe let's say the Earth has gravity, right? You hold a television in your hand. If you let go of it, it will fall to the Earth, and be pulled to the Earth. That's valid. But if 99% of mankind lives in a space station where there is no gravity, and you hold a television and you drop it and it floats, then gravity doesn't really have any application in that society. And that's the same thing as the Hadza. Like, who cares? Like, who cares what this tribe, what contributions they have and their individual needs, their individual tastes? Who cares? We live in the West, and that is where the black pill applies, and that's where it's predictable. Okay, so I think I've made my point. I would love for take a second look at what I just said. But anyway, on to today's show. We have a snow nationalist. We're using coded language because of the platform we're on. So sorry, Bomber Drummer, thank you for coming on today, and thank you for sitting through that long monologue.
No problem, dude.
I'm gonna turn you up a bit.
Okay. I was just trying to far away.
Right. We were talking a bit before the show. Just to give out your stats. I don't want to be accused of doxing, so I'll say that your height is an issue and your IPD is an issue, just so people get a feel of what you look like. Okay. So
I would say my IPD is an issue, and my face compactness is an issue, and I have a lot of I say that inceldom, the causes of it are there's a lot of different things instead of a few big things, and I really have. If you really want to nitpick, I mean, dozens of things, but the main ones are, yeah, my height's a really big problem, my IPD and my face and my facial distance, stuff like that.
Your eye distance, IPD, interpupillary
Yeah,
distance, and it's too narrow, too close together.
it's too narrow. It's too narrow.
Oh, okay. All right. So I guess I have a few questions for you because I think we're going to agree on more than we disagree on. But I guess my first question to you is, what have you tried to get a girlfriend?
Well, like I mean, like anyone, I've never had these ideological opinions all my life, and
Mm.
I've tried, especially in places where it was acceptable, like school or things like that. I have tried to kind of get out of social circle. I've tried approaching. Not, I have. I don't believe cold approaching works unless you're very, very good looking. So I have really tried to kind of establish relations with women, and then try to ask them out later. And I've asked out many different shades and then types, and many different kinds of women in general, and I've been rejected on each one. And that's kind of what I've tried. I did go through like a kind of, I guess you would call, looks maxing period. I was 20 pounds overweight, and I decided to like lose a lot of that off in high school, and it didn't do anything. And eventually, I was like, I got kind of fed up. But I'm still trying now. I think that I'm not gonna necessarily just because it's just such an important thing. I don't want to be sitting when I'm 50 and be like, wow, I could have, I could have tried more, and just at the random chance that it would happen would be worth it. It'd be worth the effort.
Exactly. I agree definitely that I think you were saying that there are not enough incelibates who try, and then yeah, I agree totally with that.
For sure.
Okay, let me just get onto this question. How did you fall into like the website Paul and Snow Nationalism?
Well, it was a very, I would say, gradual line. And now, unlike a lot of people, my political actions, thankfully, were not influenced by they weren't influenced by somebody that I knew. I mean, I never had a big social circle, but like, for example, my parents or some kind of family or maybe something like that. They never tried influencing me. So what happened was, as I really got into school, I was originally, I guess, on the quote left because that was cool. It was cool to not like Mitt Romney. It was cool to like Obama. It was cool to because the area was left leaning. And as I grew up, as I matured, and as I really started getting into my interests now still, which are politics, philosophy, sociology, social sciences in general, I ended up really starting to think for myself, if you would. I looked at certain trends, and I looked at certain things happening, and I really wanted to delve in deep in politics and philosophy. And eventually I landed on, it went from conservatism to nationalism to now we're at the snow nationalism or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So, and then it kind of became a steady line down with a lot of different phases in between, but for the most part it was a negative a decline, or I guess I don't know what you would call it, but as a pattern into the ideology.
Can someone of a different race, someone of a different stock win you over by not behaving like a stereotype?
Well, I think it needs to be, said that they might have all the right opinions, but they'll never be me. There's a difference between someone who lives in a place organically and somebody who's coming in from another area. While it's true that someone, I mean, winning over is sort of very vague, but I can understand it. And it can happen, but at the end of the day, you're not you are not the organic population coming into my area. You are a non-local population. You're very inorganic. And
Wait. You're speaking about America. So which?
Well, I'm speaking about. I believe that America is a different, because America, unlike, for example, places in Europe, it developed the continent. The continent had close to nobody in it. They'll say, oh, 1 million Native Americans. They're gone, and that's what's going to happen to us. That's what's going to happen to us if there's not a stop to it. And that's why I'm saying, especially for Europe, which is what I was talking about, but in America, especially as well, they're really, you can be, a based non-snow, but at the end of the day, you're never going to fit into the original government. You're not going to fit into the government that has been, really dominated by. You're not going to fit in. You can be. It was founded. America was founded by snows. America was founded by snows. You can't fit into a country that was founded by snows. You can't do that.
I don't think I accept that argument that you can't fit in. If you come with opposing ideas, you can't fit in. But isn't it? I read this week that the Proud Boys are pro-Western culture, not pro any particular stock. The leader, I think the current leader of the Proud Boys, is like a mixed night Latino Caribbean guy. So I don't think isn't it more about the culture and identifying with the West?
Well, identification with the West would be identification with the Native people. So, for example, it's proven in the studies, of the Heinlein. It's a different shades or different people are prone to different behaviors, social behaviors. For example, Far East people are usually more prone to collectivization, while Europeans are technically more prone
individualistic.
to individualism. Yeah. So, the aspect of it happening, you'll never be, you can come here and you can say, I love the West. You can say, I love the country. You cannot replicate the West. The West was a occurrence that came because of the native population. It was genetic contribution to social attitudes. It was... For sure, what it was, you can't be, you can be a British citizen, for example. You can be a British citizen, but you can't be a Briton, you can't be a Scot, you can't be an Irish, you can't be that. And that's the same way with the Proud Boys, you can say that you love Western culture all you want, but you're never going to be Western. You're never going to be the member of the Western society because you're inorganic.
Okay, so, you've made a generalization, which is fair. Some generalizations, are valid. You made a generalization about different stocks. How does it make you feel when a snow female makes a generalization or makes an assumption about you based on inborn traits that you can't control or had no hand in and didn't choose?
Well, it's different because when I say, I'm not saying that unlike women who say that we should be, let's be realistic, they want us out of the whole pool, they want us out of the whole thing. I'm just saying that there should be separation.
Separation. Why shouldn't the separation be between high IQ people, high smarts people, and low smarts people?
Because it doesn't matter if you're high IQ or low IQ. The stock of the person will not be able to replicate the place he's coming into. He's not going to be able to replicate it because he's not part of the original organic people group. You can be German, but you can't be Germanic. You're not going to copy Germanic culture.
So you get to live among great minds and great people because of something you didn't control, something you haven't achieved. But someone who does achieve something on their own efforts doesn't get to live in a high smart society because of their ancestry?
Well, IQ isn't everything, you know. It's
Oh,
there's a
wow.
genetic region.
See, they are Snow Nationalists saying
Culture,
IQ isn't everything. Wow.
culture is a downstream from biology. Western society is a result of the snow people. If IQ was the full story, the Chinese would behave like us. You know, we would behave super similarly, but we're completely different. And you know, with the whole like why me, who's an above average intelligence non-snowman, live with these? I mean, that's the in this hypothetical uh, you know um, stock
Yeah.
nationalism.
Yeah.
You're not going to be. You could choose with who you want to be with. There would be at least a little bit. It wouldn't be a massive superpower. It would be, there would be aspects where you can be in like a quote Western society just with your people. For example, going back to the Caribbean or something. They're not necessarily westernized. They're not modernized, but it's not. There's going to be different places. You're not going to be stuck with a night Marxists. You're not going to be stuck with a night Marxist when you yourself are maybe a freelance night capitalist.
Okay. I have a question here. Okay, so if you were to, you're an Incelibate, yeah? If you were to magically get a girlfriend and you found out she had dated a man before you, what would your reaction be if you found out she dated a snow Chad, as opposed to if she dated someone from a different stock? What would be the difference?
Well, I'd have a problem with both of them. Because it's been proven in studies that women who do what you're asking are generally very big. They're very. It's not women that you described to me. Women that have had past intimate experiences usually don't do good in relationships. Are usually way worse. Because they've had what you're calling. They've had Chad. If they have Chad, they will always they'll always think of Chad when they're with me, so.
But is it worse? Is it worse if it's Chad versus your own Incelibate counterpart of a different stock?
I wouldn't want either. I would personally have a bigger problem, I think, with it depends. Does she have a child with the non-stop? If she didn't have a kid, either way, it would result in the same thing for me. I would try as fast as I could to get my object of desire, which is the intimate times in the bedroom, and then I would leave, because I do not want to have a long-term relationship with a female who has been messing around with other people. I don't want.
But is one worse? They're both, in your eyes, bad, but is one worse?
I would say they're both bad. But if I had to choose, I think personally, I would say that the woman doing it to the non-racial, the non-snow is worse, because if you think about it, I think that women who mix, who people mix, if you would, I think that they should be absolutely shunned. I don't think that they should be part of the society. I don't think that they should be seen as people. And this isn't only for my group. This is for everyone. Because there are some Eastern people, that are very angry that my people are coming over and having, C-maxing, just be white maxing, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And that's.
Isn't it kind of cockish? Isn't it kind of cockish to say that I don't mind? I'm less opposed to Chad remixing my girlfriend's guts like a hit single, but if it's someone who I posted alongside on Incelibate forums, now it's more of a problem. Isn't it cockish to prefer Chad to Chad of your own stock to remix your girlfriend's guts?
A massive problem. They both shouldn't happen at all. I think either way, I would have the same reaction to it, It's just hard to measure. I mean, I'd have the same course of action to either of them. I would not like either, but I mean, there comes a moment where, I would rather have. I would rather have. I mean, it's just very, you can. There's, fucking. Yeah, you'd have the same reaction to each of them. I would have the same exact reaction to each of them. Each of them are terrible. They should be shunned for not being monogamous, first of all, but especially for mixing. I think both should absolutely be. Both are absolutely problems. So I don't know if you want to like how you're measuring it, but both are a terrible, terrible problem. So it wouldn't be cuckish on either side. But I would rather, have
the Chads
a racially together couple
up in your girlfriend before you,
a non-racially together culture, couple, a non stock together culture.
Okay. What special connection do you feel to snow people? Yeah, I guess that's a interesting question.
Well,
yeah.
The thing is that each race has, or each group, each stock of people has different. They all have different, struggles. Every single stock has different problems.
Fair
Every
point.
stock, there's an extended stockist family, and for me, I can relate to another person of my personal stock more than I think I could to, because we all have even an inceldom really. Because like for example, me and my friend could be incel and we're both snow, and then like this maybe far east guy comes up and he says, well, I'm incel because of my stock, and I mean we can't really relate to that. And of course also socially in general there's just more to relate to. I can relate to my friend's anguish about having our culture, having our demographics change, having our Western civilization collapsing under elites, more than I can a night guy, a man who is of the night group, because he's not dealing with that. He's not dealing with the rampant anti-snow establishment and society.
But
he's not dealing with that.
That's a fair point. But you're in my head. I guess I'm confused. Do you feel like you have a connection to some random Chad of your own stock who right now is balls deep in some Stacy, whereas I'm an Incelibate like you of a different stock, and we're both speaking cordially and friendly and getting along together. We're both going to bed separately. We're both going to bed with no girl in it. Aren't we able to relate more than you and some Chad of your own stock?
Well, we both have the same problems, and that can be respected. We might have the same politics, and it might be respected. But at the end of the day, it's necessary that we are kept, so we can be separate but respectful. And the thing about, what you're talking about with Chad and other women, that is brought about from a society that encourages things like non-monogamy. That is from a society that encourages things like hypergamy. That is from a society that encourages things like what you're talking about. And so in a natural world, in a world that is stock nationalist, that is Snow-Nat, in a snow society, we wouldn't have that problem, because the people that are forcing non-monogamous things, the people that are enforcing hypergamy, the people that are enforcing the shifting and all of these problems, they aren't snow. They are from the
Don't say it. They're
from that place. Yeah. They're from that place. And so maybe right now, because we're not in a snow state, but if it were up to, there was I think you can look it up, but there was a graph of what if only snow men voted versus non-snow men, and it was overwhelmingly shown that snow men would vote conservative, and they would vote, more right-wing, and obviously right-wing is a right-wing socially, which is a reduction on things like what you're talking about.
I feel like you're
even stuff like
pivoting. I feel like you're pivoting. What do you have in common with Snow Chad that you don't have in common with me? We're both here right now on a Saturday evening in your prime.
Well, we're both having our demographic. We're both having to cut the demographics of our nation. We're both having our demographics be systematically replaced.
Yeah, but Chad doesn't care. Chad is banging. Chad right now is balls deep. He doesn't care so much. Like, this is an argument that
he doesn't care because of the
this is like
elite.
you're taking on an argument that he doesn't care about.
Everyone would. I mean, if it weren't for the elites, who are giving people this, who's letting this happen, then he would. He would care. Everyone would care. Every single person on this world would care about their stock. Everyone would care, but because of the elites that control the society, who is purposefully dividing people based on their things like, this, liberal and Republican or whatever, then we can't relate. But until in a snow state, we can relate. But right now, we can relate to a lot of stuff, but obviously we can't relate to lack of relationships.
Okay. Do you feel a connection to your women of your own stock?
No, I don't think anyone should have a connection with women of their own stock. They're supposed to be viewed as... So
that's 50% of your own stock you don't relate to. Like, you're not really nationalist if half of what you identify with you don't even relate to.
That's for women in general. That's for women in general. Nobody is relating to their women because women are on a whole different plane than men. It's not. It's like, do I relate to the pig on my farm? Like, I guess more than the pigs on the other farm, but they're still pigs. They're really meant to be. And like I said, if we had a snow society, then we wouldn't have this problem. Women would be in a completely, women would be in the state of, not, I guess, captivity, quote, but they would be in the state of
traditionalism. I think you're arguing for,
not traditionalism, but a little bit no more than traditionalism, but more almost traditionalist. All they serve for is human incubators. That's all they serve for, is for human incubators.
So it seems like you don't relate to Chads because they're out banging right now. You don't relate to women. Sorry, you don't relate to Chads of your own stock because they're banging now.
I relate to them.
Yeah,
I relate to them.
They don't relate to you. They don't relate to you. They're not hanging out with you tonight, and you don't relate to the women of your own stock. So it seems like you only relate to a small subset of your stock, like a really small subset. And you speak.
Well, obviously, it's no secret that a majority of snow men are not conscious, or those that are conscious in the wrong way of their stock and their stock, their stock's history, their stock's culture. Like the ones that vote, like the ones that are progressive, like the ones that vote liberal, like the ones who think that Black Lives Matter is justified in killing and burning down, cities. But that wouldn't happen if it was elitist. And yes, I guess, I wouldn't. In this snow world, in the snow nation, they wouldn't be a problem. They would, because they aren't right now. They're under the influence of the elites. Right now, that's the problem. They're under the influence of the elites, and if that didn't happen, then we would be able to relate. So instead of fighting them directly, why not deal with the above? Why not deal with the problem instead of, these guys are the little, spur gas. They're the little gremlins, dude. Kill the gremlin master. Gremlins get free.
Okay. Are snow women doing a good thing by not choosing you to reproduce with because of your height? You're under 5'6", and you have an IPD issue, closed set eyes. Maybe your biggest contribution to the snow race is to make sure your genetics don't have an impact on the gene pool. Is that like a fair thing to say, that maybe you're basically an honorary ethnic? Your own women treat you like an honorary ethnic. Is that fair?
Well, women in a just society should be treating anyone like anything. They're supposed to be incubators. But for genetics, I'm firmly in the belief that if a race of people came together, we could invent gene splicing and we could do quote eugenics right. We wouldn't be something out of 1940, of like the shooting those who were genetically unfit. But I totally support having everyone's facial surgery, leg lengthening, all paid for, and we could have that technology if the elites would fuck off. If the elites didn't give it, if the elites weren't controlling us, then we could do so much. And so, to put genetics into factor, I think that I want my genetics match. I want my genetics match. I want my I want my stock match. I want my looks match. And so, doing a Chad gets.
I don't know if you answered the question. Are your own women doing a good thing by not dating you because your genetics aren't good enough?
Well, no, they're not. But I would.
They're not. They're implementing.
I want a genetic same. They're not. That's not what You're on a whole different spectrum. You're talking about you're talking about genetics and eugenics, when this is just basic separatism. This is basic separatism, and you're talking about the eugenics and the and the that aspect. Like, no, that's not, and I don't want that. I don't want a eugenic society. I want unless it's through gene splicing and through that kind of stuff. I just want to be separated from other people or other stocks, because it'll inevitably breed conflict and the death of the Western world.
So I'm assuming I agree with you on many things, like the crime statistics and smarts and stock. Definitely, if you have a low level of smarts, you're going to be living in the short term. You're going to be, there's a word for it, there's a term for it. Oh my gosh, I'm going to think, it's going to take me about 5 seconds to think of it. Where you value short-term goals. Someone's going to remind me in the comments, because I've just completely lost it. Oh my gosh, it's completely gone. Where you favor short-term goals, like I've really forgotten the term, but yeah, if you're thinking about food and your next meal, you're not thinking about long-term goals. That's definitely a product of low smarts. Delayed gratification. Yes, thank you. That was Oblivious 713. Delayed gratification. Like, the higher you are in smarts, the more you can delay gratification. If you're only living for today because you think you're not concerned with tomorrow, you will break into that store and steal that TV. I agree with you there, and I agree, but I think that your argument should be along IQ and behavior lines, not especially as someone who doesn't have good genetics.
Well, then a high IQ knight will have a low IQ kid. There's a regression to the mean.
A regression to the mean. I heard that. Yeah. Not necessarily. I don't know. I don't know if it's been. I don't know. I haven't seen the studies on that. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So there is genetic mean regression. There's genetic regression in IQ and stuff. So it shouldn't really be on IQ lines. And again, it's not like you could have 100,000 high IQ Albert Einstein tier non-Snows.
Yeah.
in a snow country, but they will never be able to replicate the culture of the snow country. And it goes back to organics and like the organic. It is a downstream. The biology and the people come in. The snow people come in, and due to their stock biology, they come in and they create the culture.
Okay.
And so it's in the same aspect of you can have a German passport and be, as night is cold. You can be as literally as but that doesn't mean that you're Germanic. That doesn't mean that you're that doesn't mean you're Alpine. That doesn't mean you're Bavarian. That doesn't mean any of that. You just have this random flag, this meaningless flag and meaningless paper. You're not going to ever be the people that you are from. If you're from another stock.
I'm guessing, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. All right.
This guy's weird. He wants his snow stock to be genetically modified to exclude him, but won't let females manually do it by excluding him from the gene pool.
Do you want to respond to that? Did you hear that? Or do you want me to read that again? I need to fix this.
Yeah, read it.
Let me go back and read that. So that name withheld said for 10 USD, thank you. He said, this guy is weird. He wants his snow stock, your own stock, to be genetically modified to exclude him. But won't let females manually do it by excluding him from the gene pool.
No, I think that, again, in the non-elitist controlled snow area, we will each have our own, because of things like reduced hypergamy, reduced, forced monogamy, we will each have our own genetic counterparts. Because the thing that's stopping that from happening is the elites. And forever, incels are going to persist on forever because of that. Because lower genetic women are mating, and that's producing incels. They're not, and because of no force of monogamy, there's not, they're going to keep, hypergamy is going to keep increasing. There's no eugenics, there's no eugenics program, Now, what I'm talking about is I'm talking about gene splicing. I'm talking about gene splicing like the Germans wanted to do during, if you've ever read any of the 1936 to 1945 Germans.
Oh, okay.
If you've ever heard of their plans for the future, they wanted gene splicing. They wanted people to be gene spliced. They wanted, I'm all for, gene altering and gene extending, but only in the aspect of it not directly, we would all be fine.
Okay, so if the genes, if we went into gene splicing, that they would make a conscious decision, conscious effort, conscious effort, not to make sure that they didn't produce someone who looked like you, had your height.
They would splice my genes. There'd be things like, gene splicing modern genes. It'd be like a whole new person. But person already exists. You're not killing somebody. You're not executing somebody. It's just a natural build-up, through gene splicing.
I wanted to get one thing clear. So I'm not putting words in your mouth. You would, I don't know if I said this. I was about to say this. You would be opposed to a night male reproducing with a snow female, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so would you be opposed? Would you be opposed to yourself reproducing with an average height snow female? Because you're going to make the kids short.
I would want my own genetic looks equal. So yeah, I would have an absolutely big problem with that, because I want it's very clear lines. Good looking man, good looking woman. I don't want I want an equal gene person, because it's seen all the time. have a very good-looking person and then a very ugly person, the relationship never works out the same. The relationship never works out well. Just like in the same aspect of mixed stock couples, those never work out well.
Not never, but maybe not often. Not never.
Yeah, they very very rarely work out, and it's the same way. If I have a very, very good-looking somehow 10 out of 10, I would wonder all the time about why I have that. It would be kind of, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be good. I want my own genetic match. That's what I want. I want my own stock match, my own genetic match. I want the same. I don't want different.
I want to go back to a question. I think you may have pivoted. Are Snow women doing a good thing by not choosing you to reproduce with? No. Why not? Why not? Why isn't it a good thing to make sure that the future offspring of the next Snow child to be born doesn't have your height? Why isn't that a good thing? Why isn't it a good thing? You're an incelibate. Why should you reproduce?
Well, why should the woman who has my genes reproduce then? Why should she have? I mean, she's gonna.
She can pick anyone. She can pick anyone. The argument is, should she pick? Why should she pick you? Why?
Because she's genetic looks. I mean, because we live in such a society that's dominated by these elites. She won't. My genetic match won't pick me because of the elites that control the society.
But isn't that a good thing then? Because that's a good thing. Because your kid, you won't be producing short kids.
You're saying that she's going to reproduce. She's saying
she could go with tall Chad. I thought you were all about tall Chad of your own stock. Isn't that a good thing that she rejects you and picks this tall Chad of your own stock?
Absolutely. Well, is she tall Chad's genetic match? Because then it'd be fine. If she's tall Chad's genetic match. If she's not, she's just going to breed another mate. That's how people who have these really genetically fine parents or these genetically fine father and ugly mother end up looking like an incel. So you'd be doing a good job if you were above my genetics level and you were with your genetics level. But you wouldn't be doing a good job if you're my genetics level and you're dating someone above my genetics level, because your kid is gonna be just like me. You're not changing the gene pool. You're just turning it into a circle. It's not working.
Do you post on Incelibate.co alongside incelibates of a multitude of stocks? Do you feel that you identify with them in your experiences?
I identify with some of them over some issues. Definitely, there's overlap, but
and then
the grand aspect, we simply can't. Because we have different reasons for being. There's different there's different stock problems. There's different stock. There's different reasons. And we each have different views, and I think that eventually we'll get to a view, and it has happened hundreds of times, where we get to a view, and then it becomes a massive conflict, and people ended up getting banned for race bait or whatever. So obviously you can sympathize and you can connect with somebody on anything, but at the end of the day, I don't connect with them nearly as much as I do connect with white Snows on the site.
Okay, but not with Snow Chad.
I can connect with Snow Chad on the fact of our demographics and stuff, but I couldn't.
That's so hyper specific. That is so specific. I could connect with a woman on running away from a nuclear bomb, but you're speaking really specifically.
Well, well, you know what I mean, like social things. It's a social aspect, I guess, if you want to say that. But I couldn't connect to him on the, on the intimate aspect, because inceldom as a buy-in part is because of elitist, of elitist control For the most part, I'm not saying that people wouldn't be incel, but if you looked at the trends back in 1700, 1600, 1500, the amount of quote incels wouldn't be that high, if at all. There would be a very, very small minority. It wouldn't even be. It'd be like it wouldn't even be noticeable in most nations, in most countries back then.
Someone is begging to come on. It's Mr. Anglo. I'm going to read out some super chats before I let him on. All right, so let me just. This is going back to last week. So these people are going to let me have it. I know I'm going to get like dragged over hot coals by my performance on the last stream. So I'm just going to start reading. I don't know if I don't know where I got up to last week. So unknown ninjas. Okay. Interruption.
So, let's go another way. He said he wants to genetically modify his stock. Would he eliminate short cells and i.e. himself?
Yeah, would you eliminate yourself then?
Not necessarily. I mean, leg lengthening can really only.
No, but your child won't inherit leg lengthening. So would you genetically end yourself?
I would obviously genetically splice my kid. It's all that genetics is the main factor. But would I? I mean, I think that everyone should be gene spliced. I think that people should be able to be at least prime, at least at base height, and it's not saying that, genetic superiority or inferiority would just go out, but it is saying that I think that we as a race should be as best as we can. So
that means not you reproducing.
Well, it would. Well,
I guess that's my whole my whole issue with the an Incelibate snow nationalist is that your women are doing what you would want them to do. They're picking the best of the best to reproduce with.
It's not that. It's not that they're. It's not. I'm not a eugenicist as much as I am. If it weren't for the elitists, they wouldn't be doing. If it weren't for the elitists, they would be incubators. They would be human incubators, and that's what they need to be. And the genetic lines need to be very, 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 very straight. They need to be very, very rigid. Chad for his, Chad his woman, regular his woman, me my woman. That's what it is. That's what it should be. We should have absolutely concrete lines. We should have concrete sections. For who you're dating, who you are who are you being intimate with.
Okay, I'll keep going with the super chats. So Unknown Ninja says, South Sun guys with snow girls in Canada. I don't know why, lol. Pinky Culture, shout out to Pinky Culture. He says, people told me you quit because you got doxxed. Not yet. M. Rios says, Halo Effect will produce intelligence. This is going back to the Hadza tribe. Halo Effect will produce intelligence effect. Stick to black pill principles and you will win the debate. Let the black pill guide you. Thank you for that. Strangeosity says, read the book The Black Pill Theory, Why Incelibates Are Right and You Are Wrong. I remember this super chat. It's on Amazon. The book explains exactly why life is the way it is. The book even mentions FACEandLMS's YouTube channel. High Mode says, dating is for ugly guys. Hot guys get it for free. OK MGTOW says, my 3-year-old has my astigmatism and already needs glasses. Raw Dog 34 says, I'm 5'8", live in America, and I have a 5.5 inch snoo. Is it over? In terms of a woman staying with you, because you're going to be a disappointment, because snow women who date you are expecting you to conform to the stereotype, and night women, they just have this expectation that you will be like the other night men they've been with. So long term, you will have a problem. But if your face doesn't even allow you to drop your pants, your trousers, then maybe it won't be such a big issue. Like, I mean, it depends on your looks. He says, but I have average face. I should have read this. But I have average face and fit. I'm 25, but struggling bad. If you're average looking, it's going to be a struggle. And I think you could come on and tell me on a call, but I think that maybe the problems you run into are before women even see that. So I don't even know if your peen is an issue, but it will be if you get into a long-term relationship. Today's women have been I'm trying to censor myself. Today's women have been what's the word I'm looking for? By men in like 7 inches and above. So you're going to be a disappointment somewhat, but there may be the odd outlier who accepts you. I guess it's just not looking good. There, AC from Casey says there are people out here to test. There are people out here to always test your position. NASCAR, just no comment. High Mode says square jaws are attractive across all stocks of women. Pinky Culture says these people from the study haven't been influenced by industrial Western society. This proves the black pill. Adam says read the study. It's a black pill. Hadzas were shown to be even more scrutinous of facial symmetry than Europeans. Guy is coping. Just random says the black pill is not a singularity, it's derivatives. NASCAR says the Hadza have different genetics. Their genetics... he's made so many typos. The Hadza have different genetics. The genetics they have do not possess the same gene pool we do. They spelt without the Y on the end. They have no linkage to the modern world. They, again, without the Y, have genes that do not filter what Western world finds attractive. Thank you for that, NASCAR. He says again, our gene pool is very mixed. The Hadza genes are pure. We will find a wide variety attractive. Hadza no, because of pure gene pool. High Mode says women lie about what they like so they can narrow down the guys easier. Augusta says we're living proof of the black pill. A study on some tribe doesn't deny our life experiences. That goes back to what I was saying, that who cares about some isolated tribe with potentially a hyper-specific appreciation for men, women, people of their own looks. 99% of society doesn't function like the Hadza tribe, so I don't see why we should seek to have the black pill fit through the narrow lens of this Hadza tribe when 99% of people don't live like them. We are exposed to people of different race, stocks and looks and heights and looks levels and look scales and hair density. So we're not like them. It's just like an unfair premise to have to test them. And like I said, they are probably a society, if you can call it that, with a 70 IQ. I don't think we should judge society, the rest of society, 99% of the rest of the world, on this limited study with flawed methodology. Archon P91 says, is the BP, meaning black pill, is the BP soy boy seriously discounting the plethora of online dating, social media, and anecdotal data showing preference for snow males? Yeah, I think a second look is in the live chat today. I think he was arguing in good faith. I don't think he was just trying to own me. I think he was actually seeking answers to his question. So I have like much respect for him, and if he wants to come back again, we could go again. He has one win under his belt. Marquez Burton said nothing. Juice Bowl says that tribe can't categorize novel facial features to determine appeal. For years, Lucy was unable to relate to the other chimps in the rehabilitation center and never reproduced, displaying sensual attraction only to humans. Yeah, so it's the methodology I disagree with, but also who cares about the Hadza tribe? Who gives a rat's you know what about what some hyper specific tribe or who have hyper specific appreciation for their own looks? Who cares? You can't extrapolate them onto the rest of mankind and say therefore the black pill has no predictive power. I don't believe that. NASCAR says second look is assuming Hadza biology is the same as Western biology, hence incorrectly assumes that modern good looks are applicable to Hadza tribe. Subhuman Curry Cell says, call me face, I messaged you, I will try to. David says, do you know who Nick Fuentes is? Yeah, I do. Thoughts on him? He brings up good arguments. I can't are you still there, Bomber Drummer? You're still there? Oh, he's muted himself. I have
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right, I watch this. I don't know if this will surprise you, but I watch Red Ice TV, Jarrett Taylor sometimes, like just a number of snow nationalist channels, because I agree with some of their like about 70% of what they say. I don't like if the thing about the black pill is that it's uncomfortable truths, and the truth shouldn't change depending on your who you are. If it's true to say that snow women shouldn't choose short men, or because they will reproduce short men, you shouldn't have a disagreement with that just because you're short yourself, right? The black pill is just brutal truth.
Well, you're assuming that they wouldn't already produce other short men because they have the short genes. Like, that's the problem. The problem arises when the genetically superior are breeding with the genetically inferior. There will continue to be genetically inferior people.
So that's with you then, with your height and IPD.
Well, I would still exist. Well, people like me would still exist because the person that naturally maybe, or if we were 100 years ago, the person in my village would be breeding with somebody who is genetically superior, and then you would create a mutt baby. You would create you just create another one of me. That's the problem arises when it's not natural selection anymore. It's not natural selection. It's simply there's still incel children being made. There's still incel children being made because genetically inferiors are breeding with genetically superiors, and it's not superiors and superiors and inferiors and inferiors. It's inferiors and superiors, and that's what causes uglies. That's what causes incels.
Do you believe in JBW? Just be of the snow stock.
In the aspect of what?
That it's easier.
World?
No, it's easier for men of snow stock to find a mate because they can reproduce, because they have the. This is going to be a huge black pill. More men. Okay, there is an attractive set of traits, like a thin, refined nose, a lack of bidental protrusion, a tall chin, maybe a 2-to-1 chin to philtrum ratio in height, straight hair. There is an attractive set of traits, and you will find the majority of those traits in snow males. So there is that fact. You're more likely to be attractive if you're of snow stock, but also snow people have more prestige. So a snow male can go to Asia, the Far East, and be appreciated, where someone from the South Sun area or night area can't. So do you believe that there is do you believe in just JBW?
I believe in the fact that in the aspect of going to a third world nation in order to score a female could be applied to anyone, mostly because there are places, for example, in Africa where the average height is 5'2", 5'2" pygmies, and you being over 6 foot could very easily go over there and win them over. So the aspect of going, and there have been Tinder experiments, like what you said, with white men going, or with snowmen going into East Asian countries that do yield results, but so do people from India who are in America, Indian Americans, who do the same thing. There was a study, and I can link it, where they gave a westernized individual, they gave a westernized a Curry who lived in, I think, California, I'm not sure, and they, he was ugly, and they put him on a Tinder experiment in Southeast Asia, I think the Philippines, and he got matches there. So, really...
No, but you would argue that, you would reason that snow males are worshipped in Asia. And I don't think it's the same thing for a night person to go to Africa and not be anything special. Like, you're not...
You would be worshipped for being a foot taller than everyone.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be anything special to them. The difference with a snow male going to Asia is that they appreciate his difference in stock. They revere his stock for its being different. Whereas if I go to Africa, I'm not going to be revered for being different, because I look almost the same as them.
We're not talking about Africa. We're talking about pygmy Africa, where the average height is 5'2". You would be worshipped because you're over 6 foot. That's the point. And,
I'd have a height advantage, but you would have a height advantage in Asia too, because you're probably as tall as the average.
Theoretically, if you really wanted to spend all the money, and go there, which is really glorified. It's glorified prostitution. Anyone can do that. Anyone could go to a third world country. It's been proven multiple times. Anyone from the West, can do it. And so I think that the aspect of it is it's instead of just be snow, it'd be more closer akin to like just be Western, or just be from the West, or just have a green card, or just have over 2 cents. Just have over 2 cents. Now,
because Asian people hate certain stocks. They hate certain stocks. So it's not a case of just be Western. If I saw a video this week where in a Chinese company, they rejected the job applications of people who looked, in their words, non-American. So in Chinese eyes, American means of snow stock. So they rejected someone who looked Slavic. They rejected someone who looked, had on his application, he was from Dominica, like a light skin, mixed night, between night and white, night and snow. They rejected a Peruvian kind of looking person. So I reject this idea that Asia favors Western people. I guess, there is an advantage to being Western, but they have a strong preference for snow people.
Well, who are the primary peoples in West, at least for now? It's very from colonial history. Some nations, in the essence of colonialism, some nations, they either get a very, very aggressive policy, like Zimbabwe or South Africa, towards their colonial overlords.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Very, very friendly.
I don't agree with any of that. I don't agree with that. So that's where I don't get where you pivoted. Why you pivoted to that? Because that's
because that's the reason. I don't disagree with you. The fact that yes, a certain person might have extended influence for being exotic and being the colonizer, if you would. But also, there's so much, maybe over there, sure. But for the West, if your aspect is only having intimacy, then you only need to be Western. You're talking about the company, you're talking about economics, and that's a different thing. But what you're talking, for the West, there's so many it's the exact opposite. People are rejecting individuals based on the fact that they are snow. There's diversity quotas. There is, the biggest social movement currently in the West, not even the United States, is an actively anti-snow movement. Night lives matter. That is actively. They've said it before. They've said it again. They've called certain subsect. They've insulted our stock of people, and so this is a to the core anti-snow. So obviously you can say that a Chinese company is hiring only snow people. Sure, maybe they are, but also you need to realize that in the West, the current new trends, the current new trends are all anti-snow. They're all anti-us. They want us gone. They want our demographics replaced. They want us gone, and that's what's So there is a lot of correlation. There's a lot of social halos that contribute to maybe over there, but here it's way different. It's different.
Would you reproduce? You're an Incelibate. Would you date this? I think she's Japanese. I have no idea. Would you date this Asian on screen?
Well, like I said, I wasn't always. I'm not.
No, but would you date her today?
I said, it wasn't.
I don't know if you can see my screen. I don't know if you're looking at the stream.
Mixing stocks in general. I would say that I would, because I'm a man who has been denied, and I'll get into this. I'm a man who's been denied.
You would date her.
I don't think she should. I don't think she should be dating me. I think that if I were to let's take into universities, because now a lot of people are angry about a lot of non-snows are angry about race mixing, and I agree with that. If you see a snow expat, like a sea master,
yeah.
It is your job. It is your job as that stock of people to go up to that female and set her straight. That's the same way why I don't blame a non-raced, a non-stocked man, a non-snow stocked man for dating a snow woman. It's the key with the lock. She's the easy lock.
So you would date her. You would date her. I would not reproduce. Okay.
I would not reproduce.
So, what is your not affiliation? What is your allegiance to snow women who don't want to reproduce with you, and say this woman would? Why would you deny reproducing with this woman when you're not? It's your own women don't want you.
Because I don't want to reproduce and create a mixed stock kid. A mixed stock kid is a genetic abomination. We've seen this so many times with so many people here. The biggest incel figure is a half stock. Like, it mixes. I don't want to create, especially in this China-centric, elitist controlled society. I wouldn't want a kid because of the current state of the world now, but even then, I still would. There's an extra layer onto not having a mixed stock kid, because my mixed stock kid wouldn't be my culture. He wouldn't be my stock. He wouldn't be, he would be this weird nothing. That's what mixed stocks are. Weird nothings. They're not their mother's culture. They're not their father's. They're not their mother's stock. They're not their father's stock. They're not their mother's culture. They're not their father's culture. They're this weird mixed
What's
of
weird?
nothing.
What's weird? Why are they weird?
All of nothing.
Why are they weird?
Well, mixing stock usually results in the lack of. You can't fit into either parents. You can't fit into either parents. Like,
Isn't that social though? Isn't that more social?
What do you mean?
Is it like you can't fit into your mom and your dad's culture? Isn't that because culture, your environment, or is it like a phenotypical issue that you can't identify with any of them?
Well, there's a genetic issue. I mean, yeah, it would be phenotypical and stockist. It would be. I mean, that's a problem. But also the cultural values and the national values. You couldn't fit in. If a German and a Japanese person had a child, the child would neither be German nor Japanese. He'd be some weird mix that wouldn't work. That would that would be an abomination.
Why is it weird?
There's no national ties or culture. There's none of that. Again, like that's weird. Is that you're not part of a culture, you're not part of a nation, you're not part of a stock of people. That's I guess weird. That's what's weird about it.
All right. So just to pin you down to an answer, you would date this woman as a Snow nationalist. You would date her.
I would. But it's not my fault. It's their fault for letting the woman, having it. Don't blame the key, blame the lock. I'm the key. Blame the lock. It's
well,
not.
No, you'd be making
fault,
a conscious decision to date her, wouldn't you?
What?
You'd be making a conscious decision if she said, "Do you want to date me?" and you said yes. Then that's a conscious decision.
Yeah, in the right world, she would have been.
So, as a Snow nationalist, you would date this woman.
I would not reproduce, and I think that it would obviously depend, but no, I wouldn't. I would, but I would not reproduce, and it is up to your stock of people. It is up to your stock of people to deal with that. Just like it's up to my stock of people to deal with coal burners. It's up to my stock of people. We have to stop that. You have to stop yours. Separate them.
Can a Snow person be South African?
Well, the nation states are a relatively new concept. The concept of nation states. A person can theoretically be South African, but he'll never be Bantu. So he's not. He shouldn't be there. So it's in the same way as Zimbabwe. Just like you can be German, you're not German. So we need to get rid of the concept of nation states.
So can a Snow person be American then? If you're native to Europe, can you be American?
No, I totally agree with America being completely split between. There should be an Anglo-America. There should be the WASPs, I think they're called, should be their own little American state. The German immigrants, for example. I'm from a German area in America, and I think that we should absolutely be freed. I don't think that we should be. I think that America as a nation state is a concept, and I think it should be dismantled in favor of the original, in the original native population. So can a Snow person be South African? Well, is the Snow person Bantu? Is the Snow person Zulu, Xhosa? If he's not that, then he is not, quote, South African.
And then you're not American. Then you're not American. If the Snow person isn't South African, you're not American.
I would not be, because the concept of nation states are completely ridiculous. So yeah, I would be more. I would technically be my area. I'd have to dox my area, but I'd be I'd be the part of my area. That is, or there could be a German American state, and then I'd be I'm German American. I'm from the United States of whatever that is. The natural population is maybe German American or something. German.
All right. I think we've had a good discussion. Why would you want to let's say, for instance, I lived in the same country, same state as you. Why would you want me separated from you if we get along well and there's no issue? We're both in celibates. We're both in. It sucks for both of us. We're both here on a Saturday night in your prime. Why can't we just like get along? I'm not saying that. I know it sounds a bit blue pill, but why can't we just like? Why does there need to be a division?
Stock is an inherently insurmountable obstacle, and at the end of the day, I'm not saying that there should be complete and utter hostility, but I am saying that there should be mutual respect. Look, dude, we both have the same political opinions, maybe, but at the end of the day, we are different, and we can be mutually respectful of that while also being mutually respectful of each other. And so, you go to your whatever in your land, and I go to mine, because at the end of the day, you're not going to be me. I'm not going to be you. We're not going to be each other culturally or stockingly. We're not going to be each other. And that's what it is. It is what it is. You can't get over it. Just like you can't get over the fact that you're short or that you're ugly. We're not going to be the same. There's going to always be that insurmountable obstacle that is stock. That is your stock.
All right. I'm going to bring in Mr. Anglo. He's dying to say something. Mr. Anglo, you're on Looks Live.
Oh my God! Finally, holy shit! I've been waiting for this for a long time. Look, I mean, sorry, man. I thought I was going to be the original guy to be invited on, but I got a little bit confused with the Mr. Based Anglo.
Oh yes,
here.
So person,
I thought this guy was a. I thought he was meant to be me, but it was apparently another guy. But honestly, man, I couldn't really take listening to this American. May I unfortunately call him a fairy, if that's politically correct here to tell him, because God damn, he's not giving a good case for white nationalism here. I really want to inform everyone in this chat that we don't really own this guy.
What sect are you? What sect are you? What sect?
Well, I'm somebody who believes in conservation of every race, and I think that the problem is with your argument here on basically you even self-admitting that you would have sex with this Japanese person is kind of like breaking your ties here, and unfortunately, man, I have to kind of call you out on that.
No, that's not my problem. It's why you blaming the key for the lock. I think that it should be completely and utterly disavowed.
You have agency, though. You're kind of ignoring your own agency. You don't have to bang her, but you'd be a volcel if you didn't.
If I could, I'd be a volcel, and I wouldn't be here. I would be in.
But this is the thing, mate. You're 5'6", aren't you, or 5'4"?
5'5".
5'5". You're about the same height as my cousin. Now, my cousin is around 35, and I actually feel sorry for him because he knows that he is short. And I'm pretty much like, I'm only 23. He's 35, and I remember him. When I was a kid, he would tower me when I was a kid. But when I grew up, I'm like his his older cousin. People keep mistaking me as his older cousin when he's older than me. And he knows that he's screwed, and he's white, and he's, I actually do feel sorry for him, basically. But here's the thing, man. Look, I want to propose. I want to come onto this live stream to propose some solutions to this whole black pill, theory. Look, I'm not against the black pill theory. I think it's absolute truth, and I think we as a visual species do tend to discriminate on our visuals because it's naturally instinctual. It's all based on biology, and that's what we are. But I'm here to basically blow down the kind of like nihilistic sect of the black pill, which says it's over. So this idea that you might as well kill yourself, and you might as well call quits. But I want to come up with a sort of a solution to say that I've got two big, huge solutions to basically kind of fix the whole situation as a whole, basically. Mm-hmm. Would you like to hear them?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. So there's a little bit of an echo
Is
coming
it?
on your end, Faith.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll mute myself. Yeah, I want to hear. Yeah. Let me mute myself for
All
a
right.
second.
First solution is the number one thing why we're in this, decadent Sodom and Gomorrah shithole that we live in. Sorry for swearing.
Okay.
You might as well censor that. But like, the reason why we're in this, decadement is because 100 years ago there was an infamous law that was passed, and I think everybody can guess what it is. It's the 19th Amendment.
Yes.
It,
Okay.
it was giving women the right to vote, and this unfortunately was the major disaster that changed the whole entire psychology of people. Like 100 years ago, if you and I were going into the street of London, facing LMS, every man would wear a suit and tie. Everybody would wear like formal clothing, because it meant that people, despite of class, they they would like sorry, you're still kind of echoing, so I'm kind of
I'll
hearing
mute
a little
myself.
bit. But everybody would be going out for business. Everybody would be, having a more formal form. We've gone from that to everybody now on the street wearing casual clothing. Like, they don't care. Like, casual clothing is what you're meant to wear in the home. It's not what you're meant to wear in the street. You're meant to wear formal stuff if you're going out for business to go outside. I mean, that's just how the whole reality is. And we've gone from that to where a society was once, whatever the men were into, the women would flock. We've now completely flipped to the point where, concerts will literally close down if there is not an equal ratio of girls and boys. If it's a complete sausage fest, they'll close it down. There's a reason why in swinger clubs and in clubs, they have to charge single men, because if they didn't do that, because men are the ones who are more likely to go and have sex, they're usually, it would be just a sausage fest. This is why you have to charge single men to get in, because men are more likely to, seek out sex than, women are. Because you've got to remember, at the end of the day, the reason why women are more hesitant to have sex in general is because they have a biological consequence of it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
yeah, and the thing is, like, a woman wants a man with good genes. She wants a man that is literally a man, not a boy that doesn't cower when, a horde of men are coming in to attack and rape her, possibly, and even kill the child as well. This is why women are very much, choosing the higher stock of men. And you have to remember that, this shouldn't be second nature. You don't need to be an incel to know this. If you've watched nature documentaries at all, you always know that there's always an alpha male in a group. Like, take for example a species like bighorn sheep, right? Bighorn sheep have, really, really tough, dexterous horns, and if they were to smack you in the head, if it could crack a human, skull like an eggshell. But when they butt heads, if you look at their skulls, they've got little lines that literally cause friction to bend the skull. So therefore, it's to avoid fractures and breakage. But when you see the alpha males, they have more bigger, more thicker horns. You see this in other, alpha males. They tend to have, with lions, they tend to have blacker mane. Like, blacker mane means a more alpha trait in lions. It's all of these are basically based on genetics. So if you can deduct that from animal species, you can pretty much deduct that from the human species, because we are like animals on the self. The reason why everyone is watching the stream right now, and you and I are on this VC, the reason why we all exist here is because our parents conceived to have sex. If they didn't conceive us, we wouldn't exist. So you have to remember, like, the whole purpose of us existing is to basically reproduce. And now, of course, this is going to be a detriment to a lot of incels, because in today's world, a lot is screwed over. But the solution I want to propose here is that if we were to announce tomorrow that women could no longer vote, they will no longer access, higher forms of education. They will be basically only, sent to the domestic home, learn how to read and write and all of that. Then you would see a whole change of generations. It wouldn't be fast enough for us older men, but it would certainly have a massive change for future generations, because therefore you would see a complete change of psychology of society where you would see less feminine bullshit around you. You wouldn't be seeing sexualization of women. You wouldn't be seeing this fake empathy that breeds LGBT acceptance and all this, degeneracy we see around us. You would see a more ordered civil society, and also you'd see the death of the Marxist left completely. You would see, democracies reverting back to how they were 100 years ago, which was the Whigs, the Libertarians versus the Conservatives, who were both traditional and, produced traditional values. We've gone from that now to literally a society that is completely so, to get to the mad world we are now, you have to egalitize the sexes, because women are more likely to be more empathetic than men when it comes to decision making, and they're more likely to avoid all forms of risks. This is why, left-wing politicians 100 years ago.
Did you say women are more likely to be empathetic?
Yes, they're more likely to be, they're not just more likely to be empathetic. They're more likely to, for example, right, if say like I'm taking out my girlfriend out, right, and some strange, ugly guy looks at me and my girlfriend, really hornily, and starts to touch my girl, and she yells. I basically beat the shit out of him, right? And then I walk away. She will still have, despite that ugly guy going over, she will still have a slight tad of empathy. This is why, when women get raped, they still get that little pleasure thing, because, you've got to remember, when you're a male, you have to always be on, competition to fend off other males, because if you're not fending off, the woman will then likely move over to the men who are, kind of advancing her, even if it is creeps, even though they are genetically, ugly or despicable. She will have that slight tad, empathy. This is why, women
I'm gonna push back a little bit. You said that when a woman's being struggle snuggled, she will have empathy for the man who's struggle snuggling her. Did I hear that wrong?
Well, no. I mean, in terms of like a circumstance here, like, you've got to remember, women even have sympathy over criminals who raid their fucking homes. They have a little bit of sympathy.
Let's go back to that. I don't think they have sympathy for the struggle snuggler. I think they appreciate the dominance. It's a cognitive dissonance that they want. Women want to be manhandled and forced to experience pleasure, but then they feel guilty about, maybe it's the guy wasn't good looking enough to be someone who they would choose to have to do that to them. So it's a cognitive dissonance thing, and it's about dominance. I don't think it's about them having empathy for the guy who's doing it. I think it's more a case of them. I think that's more the case.
But like when you see all these women go out protest, refugees welcome and all of that, despite some of these female protesters who were doing that, actually got raped by them. Like they would still be very much, insecure of, admitting that they were raped. So that tells you a little bit that they had a little bit of empathy over there. Sorry, but sorry. I know you want to burn here, but like the thing is, right?
Well, you're wrong. You're a cuck. I mean, you're wrong. The reason that they're supporting migrants.
Okay,
the reason they're supporting migrants. No. The reason they're supporting migrants is because of the elites. The elites who give them, they're not doing this because they're empathetic. Women are not empathetic. Women are not anything. Every single thing a woman is, quote, good at or better at, a man does better. It's just misplaced, and it's not even, they're in all ways. I'm sick of this, women are more empathetic, women are more sympathetic. They're not. Men are better in every single aspect.
How do you explain the motherly bond?
How do you explain the destruction that comes out of, what about the mothers who, how do you explain, for example, modern night Americans? You know how many of them are raised on only single mothers? How's motherhood turning out for them?
Yes, I agree. I think single motherhood should be banned, and despite some people in the chat, hang on, dude. Right, despite the fact, right, there's a lot of some people who are calling me a trad cuck, which I find laughable, because I think traditionalism will be the only thing which will save a lot of these incels, in my view,
Traditionalism won't help. It's
it
their
will,
nature.
it will.
It's
It will.
female nature.
It will.
It's
In
female
the,
nature.
no. But this is the thing. Once you make them property, you won't make them the deciders of society. They were never meant to be the deciders of society. They're not. They're not born to be people that lead society. It's the men who are meant to do that. You know, the reason why women, for example, tend to, like I said, pick, good-looking, higher, stronger men, is because they want to not only protect them, because they are physically and mentally fragile in the real world. I mean, if you've seen videos of men versus women in the wild, especially if you saw that Bear Grylls episode where they were like, all the women were moving over to the men's group, just out of sheer desperation for mere survival, basically. You've got to remember, like, there's a reason why they want to have stronger alpha types, so they can just not only protect them but their children as well. Women have strong bonds to their children, despite them being ugly or society outcasted. Like, this is the thing. If you were living in a medieval society, if a rich king had an affair with a peasant woman, the peasant woman, the entire peasantry village would outcast her and her bastard child out. But she would never ever would leave the child behind. It's the same with mixed race couples, which happened in the 50s, where they would outcast them out, and then the mothers who would have those mixed race children would still protect them to the bone. So yeah. What do you have to say about that?
What you're saying is that they're supporting migrants and they're supporting whatever because they're empathetic and, oh my God, the poor migrants. That's not the case. What's the case is that the elites, who you don't want to name, it's kind of funny that you don't want to name the elites.
I do. But it's for Jews. I can say
that. Excuse me, can't say that word.
Sorry. Okay, all right. Okay.
The elites, what's happening is not a show of empathy. And it's the same. It's the reason why men are doing it too. And it's the reason why it's socially acceptable. Because the elites are pushing this idea of, oh wow, we need to be multicultural. We need to have multiple different, we need to import, for some reason, millions and millions of unskilled Somalis who are, will come in and very, very obviously destroy the country. But they continue to do it anyway, not because of their sympathy or their empathy, but because of the elitist, dogma that is infecting them.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I agree. But these, can I call them Zions, right? For little PC terms, like these Zions, right, have been deceiving women to feminism, and it's effectively worked because it's easier to go to a group of women and tell them, deceptive lies about, rumors of a particular individual of a tribe, or, just what's happening and all that, than to actually tell them the truth, because, women are very emotional. They are, if I was to slap them on the wrist, they would have a more emotional thing. There's a reason why in like fat shaming groups, it's made up of fat women, because, fat men don't give a fuck when they're called fat or when they're even, about to die of obesity. It's the fat women. It's the fat hippo, pigs and land whales who get really, very emotional because, estrogen determines them when they hear a mean comment, for them to get emotional. Look, I don't understand why I'm being called a trad cuck here, because I'm not being a cuck here. I'm giving out a real solution here.
You want to treat women like housewives. I want to treat them like human incubators. Human incubators, not housewives. Make them human incubators.
What do you mean
incubators? Their entire purpose: birth out children. Motherhood is a sham. You want to see how motherhood happened? Look at modern African American communities where we're like a majority now, or are single mothers. That's what motherhood will do.
It doesn't sound like you like you're for someone who's a snow nationalist. It doesn't sound like you want to treat snow women really in a way that they would deem fair. So you want them to be human incubators.
I want every woman in the world to be property of basicly his.
You guys sound like male nationalists more than anything.
No, not really at all. No, because I recognize. Look, Face, this is the thing, right? If you want to truly change, look, Face, this is important, right? If you truly want to change society, completely.
Yeah.
You have to identify, the psychology of where all this leftism is originating from. We know for a fact that leftist talking points are very feminine. Very feminine in their nature, very feminine in their speaking points. So you have to address the issue. It's a mistake to give women the same equality as men, and this is why they should be property.
Wow. Okay. Just for the people listening to this, thanks to 1,097 of you watching this stream. Very obviously, I will have to take it down and edit it because there is wow, there is a lot that Susan Wojcicki will
Don't blame you.
Yeah, I will have to sanitize this. What I will do for the last 10 minutes or so is take some calls. So this is how to get in touch. Looks Live. Join the discussion. Add me on Discord. FACEandLMS #3804. But don't call. Send a message to me saying call, and I'll get to you when I'm good and ready.
You'll never have a white girl. Please go
It's Discord only today. Make sure you don't mind people seeing your display picture. What the hell happened? What? Okay. Message readout. Streamlabs.com/FACEandLMS1. Right. Let's take some callers. If you're in the Looks Live server, say call and I'll come to you. Do you guys, Bomber, Drummer, and Mr. Anglo? I'll keep you on while we take some calls.
Can I just introduce the chat of what they think of me? They're basically throwing around sexist. They're throwing around misogynist and all that. Look, I take them as compliments because I can afford to be. I'm edgy. I'm 5'10". I consider myself a chat. I posted an image of myself in the welcome chat. So if you want to see what I look like, LMS, if you want to post that, then show people what I look like, then I can afford. I've dated 2 women. I've fingered one of them in a train. I'm good. I don't need to be here. I can tell everyone here that all you incels, you might as well kill yourselves. But no, I don't. What I want to do on this server, and what I want to do, and basically tell all the incels here, is that they do have a chance. You just need to follow the right ideology. You need to basically allow the change to happen, and therefore, via generations and time, hopefully you and maybe your children will have a better time in the dating scene, and you won't have this kind of international form of the sexualization of the racial hierarchy of men, because multiracial societies, this is where I'm going to move on to my next point on multiracialism, why it's a failure. Multiracial societies, the men who benefit are white men, even in countries where white men don't live. It's white men like me who benefit on that. So again,
yeah. So doesn't it seem a bit short-sighted or hypocritical for Bomber and Drummer to be anti? I wouldn't say, because I'm not in favor of diversity. I'm not the current definition. But
multiculturalism is support.
But don't you benefit from that? Can't you get an Asian woman in your own?
God, no. Multiculturalism does not help us, our group of people. It doesn't. It's such a stupid idea. Why is I don't understand how importing Panjit from Mumbai, who has no skills known, who's not part of the dominant culture, who's not part of the dominant people. I don't understand why importing 5 million paneers is a good idea.
Yeah,
exactly. It's not a good. That's not good for me.
I'm not talking about importing people. I'm talking about people who are already there.
Oh yeah, look, what I would do with the races, right, is I would give them the peaceful option to be repatriated back to their racial homeland, and I think if you racially isolate and segregate them, you will be basically giving them a good option where they can only mate with their own women, and because the future generations of women won't be exposed to other races at all, and they will only mate with their own racial women. And I think this would work wonders, basically, for incels, especially ethnic incels.
All right. Let me see if I can get a caller in. There is La Sierra who wants to call in. There is Fallin. So I've given them access. Turbo Incelibate, I'll call him. I've given him access. So click on Waiting Bay, and click on Waiting Bay, and then I'll drag you in. I can't. So I can only meet you halfway. All right. So let's drag in. I think Curse got in just about first. So let's get Curse in. Fall in.
I like how all the chat is just really really salty over my views on this, because they know I'm right. They know I'm right on this, but they're
No,
just
it's
angry.
not right. You're wrong.
No, they know I'm right. They know I'm right. They just don't want to admit it.
All right, Curse, you're on Looks Live.
I think women are the empathetic gender.
No, they're not. No, I don't hate women.
I swear you said they were.
That's all that needs to be said. All that needs to be said.
Bummer. This is the difference.
You don't like
I
women.
can get women. I can get women.
Oh, I can get sex.
I've treated them. I've groomed them. I've groomed them.
I can get
groomed them
sex.
to be, I've groomed them to be, loyal to me and submit to me.
Oh yeah,
can
well,
do
let's
that.
have sex and
Can we stop this?
Okay, all right. You guys, stop a minute. It's Curse. You're on Looks Live.
What's up, man?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. What about you?
I'm going to die alone. That's how I feel.
Yeah, same, bro. No, okay.
You guys won't have to feel like that with my solutions.
Yeah, can we talk about that later?
All right.
Sure.
So, I mean, I have so much to say, but I'm gonna go to the most important points.
Mm-hmm.
First topic that I had on my mind since the start of the stream, pretty much, is like the heritage mixing question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, if a woman of European descent has the choice between mating with a European low-quality man or an African 9 out of 10, then it shouldn't even be a question that she should go for the 9 out of 10 African.
And she needs to be attacked for it.
Okay, no, but then women need to be attacked for dating you because you're short, Bomber Drummer.
Well, they're the same culture. They're the same rough culture.
No, but it's dysgenic. It's dysgenic to date you. Do you understand? I'm not being rude. It sucks. It's dysgenic to date me as well. But it's dysgenic to date you. Your own women should steer clear of you. They should pull up their panties when they see you because it's dysgenic to date you. Do you understand that?
I'm not saying it's dysgenic. I'm saying that it is a stock mixing which needs to be dealt with. That is a broken lock.
But it's as bad. It's actually better for them to date a high IQ, tall, good-looking knight man than you, right?
No, it's not, because the night man is
Bummer. He is kind of right, but the thing is, right, when you pose a short man look like Bummer versus a 9 out of 10, really tall, what I call, black person, right? I'm trying to not use the P word here.
Night,
but basically the thing is, you have to remember that if we live in a society where a good-looking Asian model can come into the West and still get mobbed by an average-looking white guy, it's like that show that show. Have you seen that show where guys come in and they get reviewed by the women, and the women press the button? What's that show called?
Oh, Take Me Out.
Lots of those shows.
Yeah. There was a South African version. I can find the clip on. There's this really good YouTuber called Incel TV. I think you've heard of him.
Yeah.
He did a video on this, and it showed the average white guy going into that show, and he wasn't even that good looking. He was actually, the black presenter was actually taller than him, but yet the white women, the entire black women just all gravitated towards him. There wasn't a single red buzz again. But of course we're talking about a white woman here. We're talking about a white woman with standards.
Well, that's a problem too. Those both are issues. That's an issue.
Yeah, what the white woman would realistically do, I have to be honest here, would pick the 9 out of 10 black guy. But the black guy would unfortunately as he always does when you create mixed race mutts, is he would often leave and would leave the woman a single mother statistic. And I've had a a person a person I knew, right, who lives in Scotland, right. She only knows me because I'm her mother is basically my godmother, right. She went on to an African trip to Malawi, and she basically went on this Stecker program, and basically she had an affair with this black guy, and then basically she went back and she had to take custody of that mixed race daughter of hers. And basically, that black guy, she didn't want to associate at all with that black guy at all.
Why does she lie down
still
with him?
have that child.
That can happen with men of any race.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have had it. That's you know what? Every time that happens, that's the fault of everyone she knows. That's the fault of you. You should have. She's a broken lock. You should have done something about it. That's your problem.
Well, I can't because she doesn't live. She doesn't live where I live, and also
Well,
she wasn't even that good looking as well. So you notice a commonality here. It's often the ugly white women who can't really, like you got to remember,
That's
men
not true.
do.
That's not true.
No, Curse, it is true. Look, I often turn down fat pigs and fat, hippos and lamb whales who like me away. I turn them away.
Chad out.
I mean,
Chad
honestly, these you always see this in mixed race couples. It's always the fat, ugly, unappeasable bottom of the pile white women who go with the black women.
No, not necessarily all, because I've seen in I guess you could argue that it's culturally enforced, shall we say, that young snow women are now dating night men in probably more droves than they used to, or it's at least seen as fashionable to be. I've seen TikTok videos,
when you
right?
mean night, do you mean black?
Yeah. So
Confused on.
They are, some of these women are attractive. I guess traditionally, or in the past, the 90s, it was like the chav, as we call them in the UK, the chav kind of fat, council house, Section 8 housing snow women who dated these black men, night men before. But that is changing. So it's now attractive women dating night guys. So it's all changed.
The thing is, if you've seen the Incel TV video, he will explain that is to do with Zionist, control of the media, and you notice how you go around certain town centers and you always see the black guy with the white girl. It's always pushed as a mixed race thing. It's never the white guy with the black woman at all. It's always the white woman with the black guy.
Increasing.
And that's being pushed. But that's being pushed. That's being pushed by, and it's being. We all know that Zionists own porn. They own the porn industry.
True.
And you got to remember the whole. In that video, I really recommend. I really want to link this video from Incel TV. He does a really good video on it, and I'm also going to link this in the chat as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he explains that these Zionist Jews were responsible for creating the myth of the whole BBC.
I am going to have to censor the hell out of this stream. The stream will go down because I'm going to have to censor it to smithereens.
Oh yeah, sure, of course. They created the myth that somehow black dicks are somehow bigger than whites, which is untrue, because the average African American is actually shorter compared to the white, European man by a few inches.
I saw statistics on that. Wait, are we talking about dick size now or height?
Yeah, no, the average. No, you got to remember that the size of your dick is determined by your height. So the taller you are,
no. Could not be more wrong. No.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, no.
Even then, I looked at statistics of that. So the average height of African Americans and European Americans is approximately the same. There's a very small difference.
Is it? Yeah, but the thing what I'm pointing out here is that thanks to Zionist media, they created the whole myth that somehow black penises are the largest, which is not true. They're often either the same size, and what they do is they often only use black porn stars that have abnormally huge cocks.
I mean, but that's
And
with every porn star. They all have to.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to remember, pretty much all porn is fake. You have to keep that in mind. So I'm going to link the video, my name on the tag on the chat, and I'm going to live it in the stream is Never Surrender. So I'm just going to post it. I'm just going to post it in the chat in the live stream here for people to watch it. But I would really highly recommend people inform themselves why the whole BBC fetish is a lie, because all this is it's the same way that you see blacks occupy, pretty much the sporting industry completely. It's deliberately pushed.
No, they do have a certain gene that makes them more athletic.
In certain ways, it's not like it's not powerlifting, but it's like quick twitch muscles, like running and that kind of thing. But it's not like across the board.
They are very explosive.
But it's very much overly pushed. And you've got to remember that we live in a society right now where anything that is represented as masculine advertising is always mixed in with hip hop music. You never hear metal music being played in, masculine forms in the West. It's always this hip hop music, and it's this, and they're basically trying to give out the message to men in the West that to be masculine is to be black. Which you got to remember, blacks make up a very tiny percentage of the entire Western populace. In the US,
they do have the highest testosterone levels on average, though.
What? No, that's not true.
It is true.
It's not.
No, it is true.
I'd like to see a source based on that.
Okay, so actually, total testosterone is the highest among Asians, but African Americans have the highest DHT. They have the highest DHT.
Testosterone. Wait. Are you saying Asians have a higher testosterone rate? What?
Asians have high total testosterone, but they have low DHT. That's why they're not dimorphic. Meanwhile, African Americans have the highest DHT, and that's why they're the most dimorphic.
No, I don't.
This is true.
Well, if you give me a source, then I'll be.
Do you even know how it works? Like, are you aware that DHT is what makes you masculine, not total testosterone?
I'm aware, but could you just give me a source to?
Okay, I will look for that. But in the meantime, I actually wanted to bring up something else the entire time.
Okay.
So I'm gonna post a picture now on the Discord server. This is like
you're posting a picture of an attractive. She looks
European
mixed.
girl.
Should I?
You've seen it.
Let me try and
You've seen
save
it before,
her.
Chris.
Yeah, let me save her.
Yeah.
I'll save her for tonight. But I'll also save her so that the end stream can see it.
I want you to look at her, and now imagine her mother being a 6 out of 10 or a 5 out of 10 and being of European descent, and now imagine her father being of African descent and being a 9 out of 10. So this woman had the choice. This woman had the choice between going with a 6 out of 10 European man or this 9 out of 10 African man. And if she had gone for the European man, then her daughter would have looked worse than what she does now. So
Bomber Drummer. Can I get Bomber Drummer to answer that? Because first,
that doesn't surprise me still.
Can I get Bomber Drummer to answer that? So, how do you think? What's bullshit?
That's a fat crock. That's a fat crock. Your racial mixing never amounts to any. I mean, she might. First of all, I guess this is kind of subjective because personally, I mean, she doesn't. I would say that I think if it was a 6 and a 6, she would look better because she would have that color. But anyway, I digress. Regardless, if I guarantee you, if this specific woman has some kind of social media or some kind of presence, I guarantee you she's neither her parents she's neither her mother nor her father's culture. She's neither her mother nor her father's stock, because obviously she's a mix, and I guarantee you that she's some progressive nothing, just a ball of nothing, a progressive ball of nothing.
Should her parents, say her mom, let's like be
her mom
very
should be
rude.
her mom should be should be game over. Her mom should be taken out back and game over. That's what should happen. That is the end goal of every
That's great. Yeah, I have to admit, you are funny.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you, man.
All right, let me just say one thing though. Bomber Drummer, should her mom have dated you instead at 5'5"?
Well, he said that the what was it? Mother was 6 foot 6 out of 10 of European descent. She should have.
So you're pivoting, like should like let's do yes or no. Let's do like yes or no. Should she have dated you instead?
Well, it depends on what your
so it's a no then.
She was.
It's a no.
It depends on depends on so much.
Well, here's the thing.
If she's my culture, if she's my stock, if she's my culture, then absolutely. But if she's not, and it would have been the same exact situation, then no. But she really should have been dating her culture, her stock, and her looks match. That's what should have happened. And now it didn't happen. And now you have a mutt individual.
Who's very good looking.
Who's good looking and will live a very good life.
And where's the culture? And where's the cultural and national ties? Where's her allegiance? Like I guarantee you, she's a progressive.
She doesn't have to care about that.
Well, it's obvious. I bet she's contributing to the demographic destruction. She's contributing to the demographic destruction of America.
Can I add to your point? Right. Should I tell you why it's a bad idea for this beautiful white woman to basically, have sex with cough an orc? Basically, I'm basically saying that. The reason would be that child. I know very much a lot of mixed race people, and Elliot Roger is an example of a mixed race specimen. If you're mixed race, I'm sorry if you're going to hear this, but you have a high likelihood of taking drugs. You have a high likelihood of having psychosis. You're having a high likelihood of really hardline depression, because the reason is that if you don't racially identify to any of your racial parents, you're not really going to, have a good time racially identifying with any of your friends. So what you often see is that most mixed race people I knew were very antagonistic people. They were often, very hard to basically have a decent conversation with, because they always felt like the world was against them. And personally with me, when I was really young and blue-pilled, I didn't really know why that was the case. But until I got black-pilled on, race and, and all of that stuff, it became, utterly clear why they are, this way. So race mixing is not a good idea. It creates a lot of, mental, problems about child. And again, it's the parents thinking for pleasure and not about the responsibility of reproduction.
Look, if you want to go by that, I think it's funny how people always assume that every race is purebred. If you go by that, you have to realize that every race has foreign mixture.
Kurt, here's the thing. Yes, of course, races in the past have mixed. This is why we have differentiation of race. But you got to remember, again, we're talking about thousands and thousands of years of racial evolution.
It's
of
recent.
why I'm different. No, it's not recent. Curse,
bro.
Curse.
Let
me finish. No. Curse, let me finish. Right, please don't interrupt, man. Right, you're talking about if it's so recent for me to evolve differently from FACEandLMS's race. If we're going by the theory that we all came out of Africa, and to say that it's very recent for me as a white man to exist from an evolutionary ancestor from FACEandLMS, I'm sorry. You're talking about 300,000 years of human evolution versus a quick one night of a white girl and a black guy fucking and then creating an orc.
And it takes like two generations. It takes two generations to wash it out. After two generations, you always you're already going to be white again.
By colorism. What I would do in my nation state for the mixed people is I would give them the opportunity to tell them who do they want to racially identify. And
well, if you can do that with mixed people, why can't you do that with people of a different stock and just say, do you identify with the West? Why can't you ask the same question of different people?
So, what do you mean by a different stock?
A different different color. If you can ask mixed race, if you can ask mixed people who they want to identify with, the other, I guess, or with you, why can't you ask everyone that question and just embrace those who want to identify with the West, no matter which color they are?
Well, no, the thing is, right, I want to preserve diversity of race. And I think if we all looked the same, it'd be geographically impossible, because the Earth's climate. The reason why we have diversity of race is because of the Earth's climate. If the Earth's climate was all the same, no, it's true. If the Earth's climate was all the same, then there would be only one race of people. Why do you think?
You are aware that we can defy climate nowadays. We can defy climate.
Yeah, but not really in terms of well, yeah, you could say with global warming, but the thing is that the change in diversity has already been done. It's already been done. There's still, I've got a set of genes that will never really go away, despite with the whole colorist arguments. I will still forever have even if I'm mixed with Orc women or with Asian women, right? Even if I was to have sex with them and their offspring, was to go for a coloristic generations and after generations, they would still hold that. They could take an ancestry test and they would still find, that they'll find my DNA in it.
This brings me to our point. What's it? Bomber Drummer, you said that even European phenotypes shouldn't mix. So a Polish guy shouldn't mix with a Nordic guy. Is that right?
Different cultures, different ethnicities, different phenotypes in general should not mix. Now, this whole if 25% snow, 75% night guy, dark as coal said, well, I'm white. Dude, he's not.
Okay, can I say something about this? So you said earlier, like Face said, you said that different sub-races shouldn't even mix. You were talking about Germans earlier, so obviously I am from there, and I can safely tell you that this country is the biggest bastard race in the entirety of Europe, right? Nobody here, or almost nobody, is entirely Germanic. In fact, only 10% of the men are Germanic. Everyone else is Celtic, Slavic, fucking from descendant from Italians, descendant from Portuguese.
Are you basically saying that everyone is mixed?
Yes. Obviously.
At the phenotype level. Obviously not everyone has Chinese ancestry, but
even Scandinavians have Asian mixture through Samis.
All right. I disagree, man.
Okay. Disagree on the fact.
No. Well, what I mean by disagree is that there have been people that have taken ancestry tests and they're 100% Anglo-Saxon, 100% Celtic, where their entire ancestry has been Celtic. They do exist, Gus. The people. This is another Zionist lie, of course, and unfortunately, Curse. I was expecting a good questions coming out of you, but you just come out with these blue pill lies after blue pill lies, just justifying all this racial mixing just to make you make your ethnic cells feel better.
I don't care about race mixing if it's done by good-looking people. If it's done by good-looking people, race mixing doesn't matter.
But no, it does. It does matter, because Curse, you're not thinking for the child's sake. You're thinking selfishly over.
All right, but then you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent then, and say that Bomber Drummer should be barred from having offspring.
Yeah. Well. To be honest, I'm sorry. I would be unfortunate to say Bomber Drummer. Well, because of your height, I would say unless you were living in an ethnostat and you married a shorter woman, then I wouldn't mind. But if you were marrying, if you were going to marry a taller woman, then I would have an issue with that.
Even him marrying a short woman is bad because.
Let me repeat something. Wait, hang on.
Because you're reproducing that shortness.
I am from this country, and I know
what country
that I have at Germany. I said it, and I have.
Are you German?
Mixture.
Are you ethnically?
No, listen. I'm not ethnic. I have admixture from every country that surrounds this country, and this is the case for almost every German.
So you're an American.
No, he's ethnically German.
Every German has Danish ancestors. Every German has Czech ancestors.
So you're
100%.
European, right?
I don't know if I am, because I have ancestry from France as well, and France might be.
Are you white?
I'm Mediterranean.
I see. Okay, now I see why it makes sense. Like, this is the thing, Curse.
Oh, Mediterranean's white. Oh, Mediterranean's white.
You're Mediterranean too.
Are Mediterraneans
no, I'm
white?
not Mediterranean.
Are they white?
Should I tell you my ancestry?
Yeah. Are they
Should I tell
white?
you my ancestry?
Are they snow Mediterraneans?
No,
Spanish,
I am 100%
Italian, Southern.
Anglo-Saxon.
Are you hearing me?
Anglo-Saxon is a mix. Anglo-Saxon
No.
is a mix. It's Anglo
but
and it's Saxon.
It's German. It's German.
You have black hair.
Yeah, and I'm 100%
Black hair, I
Anglo-Saxon.
don't really count.
Oh my god.
I'm 100%
Oh my
Anglo-Saxon.
god. You have black hair and you think you're Nordic.
Curse. No, mate. I've shown a picture of myself. You can see a
I've
picture
seen
of
it.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
seen
show me
it.
a picture of you. Show me a picture of you.
What does that
Like-
prove?
It proves. Well, at least I can show my face and show what ethnic makeup I am. You're too cowardly to show it.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
I already revealed my
does.
ethnicity. I revealed my ethnicity already.
Yeah, so you're basically, mixed of multiple different forms, right? Again, look, this is the thing, man. It's again, if a good-looking, Giga Chad has sex with a woman of a different race than him, he's gonna have the advantage of fucking multiple women. But his son, unless he has a daughter, because women can easily get laid, doesn't matter what the circumstance they are, doesn't matter what they are. But if he has a son, that son is going to be shorter. That son is also going to be mixed. He's also going to have all these different problems.
Bro,
Again. This is the problem. This is the problem with this. This whole entire society. We value only instant pleasure instead of the long-term consequence of our actions. And this is what my ideology will change. All of
Are
this.
Mediterraneans
Because-
snow?
No.
No, they're not.
No.
what's your
They've
eye?
got-
What's
So
your eye
the
color?
the
No,
Roman
they-
civilization was not a snow
Anglo,
civilization.
What's your
I've
eye
got
color?
blue eyes.
The
What's your eye
Roman
color?
Roman Empire was not a snow civilization then.
I've got blue eyes.
The Roman
Blue eyes.
Empire.
Yeah, but you have
Listen,
black hair. You're not fucking Nordic.
Listen, Mr.
show me
Anglo.
my blue eyes.
Mr. Anglo, hello,
show you-
hello,
I used to
hello,
have blonde
hello.
hair. I have
Am I
blonde
on
hair.
this
I'll show you
stream?
right now.
Am I actually here? So you're saying Mediterraneans are not snow. So what was the Roman Empire? Was that a bunch of ethnics?
No. You have to remember, right? Before, if you look at the actual Roman sculptures, they actually had more European Nordic stock to them, because you've got to remember, right after when the Moorish Empire invaded, you've got to remember the Moorish Empire not just invaded pretty much most of Spain, but they invaded Sicily. You've got to remember, those Italian immigrants in The Godfather, they're not actually Italian, they're actually Sicilian, and most Sicilians have Arab blood. This is why they look very kind of Arab.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But what does it matter?
And Curse, you probably
Weren't they in? Weren't? Okay. Let's take that point.
The only Mediterranean admixture I have is French.
Let's take that point. You said that the Italians are like they have Moorish, Sicilian ethnicity,
kind of
Arab,
looking,
but they were
North
embraced.
Moorish, yeah.
Aren't they embraced into Italy because they are westernized? Isn't their phenotype secondary to their affiliation, their sense of identity with Italy?
Well, yeah, culturally, but
Yeah.
you gotta
Then
remember-
what is the difference? Me then? Why can't I just identify with Britain?
Well, you're not racially British.
Why can't I'm not the Sicilian people weren't Italian until they?
Yeah, but face. This is the thing. Your people only came here, 50 years ago. You don't have any ancestral lineage.
All right, so 1,000 years time. So 1,000 years time, I can be British.
No, you don't. No. Look, again, if you believe the whole Cheddar Man thing, then Cheddar Man's a falsity. Don't believe in that, man. Look, the thing is, right? I honestly think that in my world where you cannot racially migrate to anywhere in the world where you don't share a similar race, right? I'm
not saying I'll ever be ethnically British, but I'm not saying I could ever be ethnically British. By the way, just in case people get it twisted, I'm just saying, can't I just be a Westerner?
No, you can be ethnically British because the ethnically British is Anglo-Saxon and Celtic. Those are the native people of my country.
Can't I be a Westerner? Can't I be a Westerner? If I lived here for 1,000 years, can't I be a Westerner?
Are you aware? Are you aware that almost the entirety of the British population is a bastard mix, and that a lot of British men descend from Middle Eastern men.
No, I can show
Are you
you.
aware of that?
I can show you a source that most of the ethnic makeup since almost more than 10,000 years ago hasn't changed.
All right, so Snows can't be South African, right?
Ignoring the fact
Snows
that
aren't
this
South
island
African.
was taken over by so many different groups over the course of time. Ignoring that,
Snows can't be South African then, Mr. Anglo.
Sorry, what?
Snow people can't be South African.
With Nords,
Can they not?
Well,
So,
the thing is, the
seems
thing is,
like an easy question.
Sorry, people are coming in all. Face, I think your mic is kind of echoing, so I'm not sure if you're
Let me mute myself.
interrupting or anything like that.
I'll mute.
Right. The thing is, right. Again, I posted an image of myself, so I do have blue eyes. I don't know why people have put fag in. It's probably some salty fucking incel over there. Just
let's see who was it.
Well, it's probably some salty.
Who the fuck
guy.
is AA? I don't know him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's some salty guy. But
He's from your own tribe.
Is, right.
AA.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. The thing is, right. Yeah. Right. I'm going to show you this. It's like English DNA, 1/3 Anglo-Saxon. It hasn't changed.
Which is
no, but Anglo-Saxon is basically Nordic and Danish culture. So the Danes and the
Are you aware that
are
most
the
of the Danes descend from Celts, and Celts were Mediterranean?
Yeah, but again, look, dude.
Oh,
the thing
so
is,
nobody's white.
Can I ask you a question, Curse?
Yes.
Right, and I want you to seriously answer this question.
Okay.
If I migrate to China, am I ethnically Chinese?
No.
Exactly.
So
Wait. Can you say that again? Sorry, Can you say that again? I missed that. I was looking at the live chat.
If I migrate to China,
stop right there. Stop right there. We're not talking about migrating. We're talking about being born and living in a place for 1,000 years.
Okay, right. So like, I take my white wife and I move to China, and we have children that are born in China. Are they ethnically Chinese?
Not ethnically, no. But they're Chinese. If you're born there, you're Chinese. But you're not ethnically.
But they're not. But this is the thing. Like I said again, you've just proved my point. They're not ethnically Chinese. So again, you're not ethnically British.
Yeah, but I could be a Westerner. I
don't know what African country you've originated FACEandLMS, but
not from Africa at all. Caribbean.
Well, Caribbean is still technically from Africa because But the thing is, right, what I would do is that through this whole racial kind of integration with people, is that if you repatriate these people that feel ethnically that they feel like they belong, you will lower the anxiety rates, you will lower the tensions, you will lower
I agree with that, though. I agree with that.
Not only that, good.
I agree. I agree. If people are from a different ethnic background and they don't like the West, then they can leave. Fine. I agree with that. I'm on board. So what?
Oh, that's good. No, it's just I don't think I'm arguing against you, FACEandLMS.
Okay.
I'm arguing against Kurt here.
All right.
Yes, but you don't know the problem with you people is that you think being of a certain descent automatically makes you superior.
No,
I argue that even then.
Curse.
What I'm saying is,
I am not a white supremacist. I am a white nationalist. Okay. There is a major difference between the two.
Even then, any African person that is a 9 out of 10 is much more worth than a European person who is a 6 out of 10. It's not about race, it's about beauty.
How come that doesn't work in the West?
What?
No, sorry. Who is that black person competing again? That 9 out of 10 black guy?
Broderick Hunter, the one on the screen right now.
No, not the image. No, I'm asking Curse. Like that 9 out of 10 black guy. Is he competing a subpar white guy? Or...
He's competing with all men.
Well, no, the white Chad will still win.
No,
he would.
This goes back to one thing. Like, if it depends. Are you talking about two good-looking men from different stocks? one night, one snow.
Because
the snow Chad will have more chances of winning. Yeah, definitely. But there are, like I said at the beginning of the stream, there are unknowns to the black pill that we just can't predict. So a snow woman might pick the night man. So we don't know. They'll pick an attractive man. We don't know which.
Those unknowns. I think those unknowns depend on the women. Because you look at the women that you're showing on this photo, they don't really look that kind of attractive. Like the blonde one looks really fat. Cuss, can you just please let me finish, right? And then you can respond, right? The other one who's quite Mediterranean looking, she kind of looks like a bit of a witch to me. These two women wouldn't be the ones who I would want to marry for life.
Okay, but
but like I said, but what I'm saying, right, again. Right, you're comparing manlets. Of course, the manlet wouldn't win. Of course.
Sorry, Bomber Drummer.
Right. But the thing is, right, Curse. What will always end up happening is that white women will occasionally date black men, but they won't really settle with them because again, these women can easily choose. Women have had more male partners than men have women partners. It doesn't matter if they're a Chad or not. Women will, honestly, if I did an experiment right now and I showed a subpar woman, even an ugly woman, I wouldn't be surprised the ugly woman would still get as much more likes than a Chad would.
Okay, that's true. I agree with that.
Let me just ask a question to Bomber Drummer. I'll move that. I'll do this with my IQ. Right. I don't know if you could see my screen on the if you look at YouTube, Bomber Drummer. Should this is probably not the best example. Maybe I could use this one. Whichever. Should these women be choosing a high looks individual from any stock, or should they be choosing someone from the same stock, even if they're genetically quote unquote garbage?
Well, these women specifically, I want to make sure that the woman doing the act like you're showing in the picture should absolutely be have the most pain inflicted on them humanly imaginable. I think that should be the penalty for a lot of stuff. But anyway,
what should be the pain for dating short men?
What?
What should be the pain that women go through for dating short men?
No, not dating. I mean,
reproducing with short men. Right, pivoting. What should be the punishment? What should be the punishment for dating a short man who will probably reproduce short children?
Well, are they following their genetic? Counterparts? That's the thing. Is that I don't think a genetically superior should be dating a genetically inferior. I think they shouldn't be dating each other. I don't think I don't think that stocks should be dating. I don't think that they should be intermixing, and this includes genetics as well. A short woman should be dating a short man. A average-sized woman should be dating an average-sized man, and then so on and so forth.
How about if short people just don't reproduce? Is that right? Okay. Is that like a good thing? Short people should just be bored. Short women, short men, yourself included.
Can I chime in here?
Reproducing with other.
You shouldn't be reproducing because you could stop the suffering right now if you just tie a knot in your manhood and never get laid.
But you're acting like this isn't.
I'm saying the same could be said for me. I'm not being rude. The same could be said for me. I am genetically disgusting to women. I shouldn't reproduce. Not that I would, because I'm incelibate. But should you be barred from reproducing?
Reproduce with our own line. It is
no. But then you're going to produce people who are men who suffer the same as you're suffering right now.
The reason why we're suffering is because of the elites who control society are taking away. They are cutting off the genetic lines. Because now we're in an elitist dominated world with all of these social problems. Now we're seeing that the women who are my genetic match, my genetic matched woman, let's say it's a 4'11", snow female.
Mm.
Instead of her who's supposed to be dating me, she's now dating a 6'8" night man. let's say.
Yeah.
You know, that's where the problem happens. That's where
No,
the
it's exactly right, because what you're suggesting is that people with bad genetics should just keep mating with each other, but that's just creating
That
more and more
produce
people with bad
more
genetics.
you. It
But if
produces
those
you
women,
more.
if those women with bad genetics mate with a man who has top tier genetics, then the child might come out better than them.
Yeah.
Over time.
It's a continuous improvement.
Curse, I've got a little bit of a white pill to give you, man. It is predicted in the future that good-looking people will be the future stock.
Exactly.
And so
that's my entire point.
so you don't really need to tell Drummer that he should be, incelibate for the rest of his life, because it will happen automatically, whether you tell him or not.
Ouch.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for everyone here. It's the same for me as well. We just gotta live with that.
I mean, we're not also going to see that. I'm surprised that the incel community doesn't mention about men with disabilities, because the thing is, like, women with disabilities, like, for example, I'm talking to a woman right now who's in a wheelchair. Basically, she's quite fat and a bit pudgy, but I kind of dig her short hair because I kind of like that fetish. But I got to admit, like, if we were to switch the genders here, a man in a wheelchair would have a harder time, even if he was a Giga Chad. He would still have a harder time, attracting women if he would when he's disabled. And if you think that's bad when his legs are broken, think about a guy with Down syndrome or with cerebral palsy.
Yeah, it's over for them.
Yeah, it realistically is. So again, like, you have to remember, like, in the future, when you go to your local natural history,
watch. Wait. Something coming. Wait.
Remember when the stream was about the black pill and not pole recitation?
Yeah, good times. On Chris, I'm going to get you to finish up. All right, I'll go back to Mr. Ango finish.
Can I?
And then Chris, I'll get you to make a final point. Then I'm going to get these last four callers on. Then I'm going to wrap it up.
Cool,
all right, so go ahead, Mr. Anglo.
Right. So yeah, like, next time when you go to your natural history museum, right, you will probably see, what do you call those things where you see animals, like, in they're like stuffed animals. What do you call them? Sorry.
Is it taxidermy? Am I...
Taxidermy, yeah. You will literally see taxidermies of ugly people, and as well as people with disabilities, because they will be a thing of the past. And it will be so fascinating where, when I'm around 60, I'll be taking my grandchildren to see them and say to them, yeah, these people used to exist, but they don't anymore.
You are aware, though, that people like you will be weeded out as well.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about?
You're not top tier. You're not top tier. You're average.
Well, no, I'm above average, dude.
Sure, you are.
Look at my thing. Look at my thing. What I posted. Look at my thing. Curse. Why are you on here, man?
Can you compete? Can you compete with Sean O'Brien? Can you compete with Sean O'Brien? No, you can't.
Curse. Look at all my plenty of fish messages. These are all the women that
you're fucking
like me.
balding, bro.
So if I'm doing so bad, if I'm an incel, why am I getting women liking me? Why am I getting women messaging?
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying you're average.
Curse. No, you're not. You're just salty. Show a picture of yourself.
Oh my god.
Show a picture of yourself. No, honestly, no. Show. Look. FACEandLMS. Do you want to show a picture of me? It's
on the stream. All right, post it and I'll
right. I'll post it.
I wouldn't be worried about visiting my grandchildren. If the demographics continue to change, your grandchildren are gonna be shot for being the stock that you are. That's where we're seeing. It's you guys are acting like the demographic changes aren't happening right now.
I'm not ignoring that. I agree. See, Bomber Drummer, this is the thing. I agree with you. There are demographic changes happening. I don't disagree with you. I said, like earlier, that we would probably have 70% agreement. I agree with you that the demographics are changing. So yeah,
it's going to result in the conflict. Literally, if you look up the UN, if you look it up right now, the UN.
You want to show my face, LMS?
All right, I'll save that.
We're literally the target of what the UN is calling an ethnocide.
I just want to see Curse shut the fuck up. So
bro. You can cope all you want, but you'll never compete with a male model. You'll never compete with them.
Curse, show an image of yourself. Then
why would I? What do I gain from that?
Are you unattractive?
I know I am. I don't have to prove it.
Right. Well, then why are you talking shit about me when I could show my face?
Because you're average. You're average.
I'm not average.
Oh my god. Cope.
Wow.
Look,
this
just
bitch is big.
show the picture face on that.
Yeah, please
Right.
show it. Let the chat decide. Let the chat decide, man.
How do you claim to be conservative and traditional but have a tattoo? That doesn't really add up, dude.
Oh, because it's my tribal tattoo. I like it.
Look at those. Look at that receding hairline, man.
Oh, I could get that done. Man.
Yeah,
I
do
could
it
get
then.
that fixed. Yeah, I will.
All right, Curse, do you have a final point? Because I'm going to try and get these last four.
Way too enlarged, man. Way too enlarged with the picture.
We
You want to leave us on something?
we kind of left out the point that I was gonna make on the gender argument.
Hmm?
I think the best solution would just be basically you look at parents before they give birth, and you would make it so, I mean, you can use genetic screening nowadays. You would make it so only very good-looking parents get sons, and all the other average-looking or below average-looking parents, basically you would use genetic screening to make them only give birth to daughters. That way you would have like an ideal society where you would have only good-looking men, and especially a minority of men, and then just a load of women who could like form a harem around the men. I think that would be the best solution.
Anyone want to respond quickly?
Again, Curse. Like, you know, man, I'm doing pretty well with women. So
oh my god,
I don't need to be on here. You can see all my messages from look, FACEandLMS. If you want to show my plenty of fish likes and even conversations I've had with women, again.
I've got to keep it moving because this stream is gonna end up being too long. So, Curse, thank you for your contribution.
no problem.
All right, thank you.
And all of you Stormfront cells, you're fucking low IQ.
Curse. Curse. No, I don't think so. I think you've got yourself thrashed. I bashed you on some of your points, and I think you did. I think you're just very salty. No, you can say cope. Oh.
You coping hard, man.
Dude,
You're coping hard. Look at the chat. Look at what the chat is rating you. Look at what the chat is rating you.
I think half of them are deliberately downvoting me because they're just a bit salty with my ideology.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy against the Stormfront pad.
Clearly, I
right.
Okay, got to keep it going. Curse, thank you.
Salty,
great call.
I'm not fucking salty.
You're just salty.
Right,
at least I've had 2 dates. I've had 2 dates.
Oh my god, this guy had 2 dates. What a chat, man.
Yeah, but you haven't had any. You haven't had any. I can get women. I could get women to get. I can have women to fucking come over.
I fucked women as well. That doesn't mean shit. I'm still ugly.
Alrighty. Okay.
Hang on. How are you ugly when you're getting women?
I've gotten a few of them, and they were low quality.
You're not ugly, dude. This is the incel community. We're talking about men who can barely ever get a text back. And you're coming out here saying like, you've got a woman coming over to you. I mean, what the fuck? You're not an incel.
It was two. It was two.
You're a volcel. You're a volcel.
It was 2 ugly ones.
You are a volcel.
It was before Tinder took off.
You're a volcel.
It was 5 years ago.
Look, I'll tell you why I'm here. Right, I'm here to give these incels a chance instead of just saying like, oh man, might as well fucking black pill. I might as well give them a gun with an ammo to shoot themselves.
An ammo.
But they won't take it because most of them are cowards. They don't want to kill themselves in reality.
Who said that? That was
eventually I want to give these guys, a chance.
Okay.
Curse, you're just salty.
All right. Got to keep him right. Curse.
Salty, but
please make a final point.
Let me just get this out of the way quick. So, your solution, taking like the right to vote away from women, that will never work. If we do that, then everything would be burned down to the ground. They would go crazy about that.
I hate this shitty society. It's fucking shit. It's fake and gay.
All right.
I so be it.
Got to keep it moving. Curse. All right.
I agree, but you wouldn't be able to change it now. We're too far gone.
No.
Okay.
Everything changes. That's what history is. Things change.
Right, Curse.
But how would you do that? How would you do that?
Stop. We got to keep it moving because I got to get these. Right, we have to change. Right. Stop. All right, Chris, thanks for your call. All right, I've got to keep it moving. We have Turbo Incelibate on the stream. You're on Looks Live. Unmute yourself. Have a working mic. Hello, I'm going to turn you up because you're way quiet. Try to be in the same building as your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Kind of, like step a few feet closer to your mic.
Hello?
Oh, we can hear him.
Yeah?
Just about.
Yeah.
Okay, hi.
Hi, how are you, Face? How's it going?
I'm going to die alone. How are you?
Yeah, me as well. We're in the club, and I want to say I'm a snowman.
Okay.
And it's okay. I'll die in the trench with you.
Good, thank you.
In Inkwell War. And, I think we're all brothers together. You know what I mean? We all go through it. And,
As Incelibates, we are. Yeah. Not exactly the same. Yeah. We're not going to go through exactly the same struggles. I'm not trying to give you some kumbaya leftist soy bullshit. But, as Incelibates, I think we can agree that we share more experiences than someone of your own stock who's a Chad who wouldn't be wasting his time listening to this stream.
Absolutely. And I think the English guy talking, the other English guy, I think he's really naive because if you went back in history, you see, as Europeans, we were all at war. In the Nightlands, they were always at war fighting over resources, over women. It's always happened. And I think what it is, he really has a blue pill point of view. He fundamentally, he doesn't
Why am I blue pill, man?
He just doesn't understand. Because first of all, this is the thing, the Anglosphere, like what he's arguing for, is exactly what the Anglosphere fought against. The Anglosphere...
Yeah, and look how it turned out. Your women are getting fucked by Packies, man.
No, man, slow down with this racism,
wait,
bro.
Wait. Calm down. But what I'm saying is, look, England had a history of treating the Scots bad, the Irish bad. It treated everyone bad. It was colonising half the world.
Good.
European
You
countries,
benefited.
Yeah.
No, that's not good.
We got what we got today because of the Anglo world. The Europeans were defending against all the invasions from Turkey, Mongolia, everything. They were defending for thousands of years. England done nothing. England done nothing.
Turbo,
England just
Turbo. What is the number one language on the world right now?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It
does fucking matter.
We're not
it does.
going to be
what are you
here
talking
in the future.
about?
And
Turbo, do you want to learn Mandarin?
Listen,
do you want to learn Mandarin? Do you want to learn Spanish?
I'm going to tell you another thing. When you get two snowmen, right, and I got to say this, right?
You're not a snowman. You're a little manlet, man.
No, I'm a snowman. Trust me.
No, you're a little manlet.
Listen, you.
How tall are you, Turbo?
Listen, you pompous middle class.
How tall are you? You what, mate? You want to go? You want to go fucking working class, mate? You want to go working class, mate?
No. Listen, you little toff, you little shit. Right,
you don't even like people of your own stock, Mr. Anglo.
Keep it coming, man. Keep it coming, man.
Strong ethnostate, bro.
Shut up, you dick. Right, listen to this. This is the thing about snowmen, is when you put two snowmen together, it doesn't matter the tier. They instantly
Turbo, you're an insignificant EDLL supporter who sucks Zionist cock. You suck Zionist cock like it's a good fashion, dude.
Mr. Pudgy Face.
You suck good cock.
Shut up. Right, listen to this, yeah?
Oh,
right,
okay.
When you put two snowmen together, they instantly start competing and fighting. And the Anglos are famous for being really bad to this. There's a lot of positives with other cultures because at least the men can work together. Look at this little twat we're talking to.
Say that to my face,
mate.
He's got say that to my face.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, mate, you get knocked out.
You think you're better than... No, you wouldn't. Trust me.
No, mate, you'd be bench slapped. Right, you'd be crying. You'd be crying back to your mummy.
You little toff.
You'd be crying.
Toff.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Make yourself an idiot tonight.
Mate, you got little beanpole arms.
Do it.
You got little beanpole arms and legs. But listen.
Okay, man.
This is not going to be a good ethno state, right? I mean, look. Let me just interrupt. You don't agree with Turbo Incelibate, Mr. Anglo.
No,
I agree with like about 70% of what Bomber Drummer says. Me and Bomber Drummer got along really well. You and someone of your own stock are fighting like within seconds, isn't it? Couldn't we look at more than just like stock?
No, but this is the problem. Right? Can I talk here? Right, Toby, this is the problem with you. You, like many other blue-pilled white people, it's funny that you call me blue-pilled when I'm the one talking
You're
about
like
the
me.
reality of the
Look,
world.
I'm 23
No, Turbo,
years old.
I'm
Oh,
the same
look,
age as
look at
you.
me. I'm
I'm the
middle
same
class.
age
No,
as
you're
you,
not.
Turbo.
I'm
But
40.
again, man,
I'm 40.
again, man, this is
Listen,
the
I'm
problem with
40.
you.
You're not the same age
Right?
as me.
You
I'm 40.
you go with the lines that somehow, you know, races can get along, you know, they can go harmony and all that. But dude, say that to the Pakistani gangs who are tapping on your sister every now and then. I mean,
I'm going to go pee. I'll be back in 30
reality we're living
seconds.
in.
Back in
You live
30
in a
seconds.
society right now. You live at Turbo. You live in a society right now where if I come into your room it's sound like if I come into your room as a Pakistani male, I rub your house, you get angry, you tackle me, you can get liability from the police. The police won't side with you because you're white. This is the reality of the UK, and it's quite funny that you as a cuck coming over here calling me blue-pilled.
Can I talk?
It's just so fucking remarkable because I'm here to look for your racial well-being.
No,
I'm
you're
here
not.
to help
You're not at all.
Whilst
because,
all the other races would want
can I
you
talk
dead
now? Can I talk now?
for basically, you know, taking
Right, can I
advantage and
talk now?
invading your
No,
country. You just
no.
want to come over here and tell me
yeah,
that,
right.
you know, somehow
What you do,
I
you
am
take
not
all the
of your
oxygen-
same king
you
and all
take
that.
all the
But, dude,
oxygen-
I'm here to
you take
help
all the
people
oxygen-
like
No,
you.
you're not.
I'm
You're
here
not.
to
You're
basically
not.
give the
You're a little
solution
shit.
that
Right,
you
and I'm
need
gonna tell you
racial
why.
homogeneity. You need to make women property of men because until that,
someone
the
mute-
society
right,
that we have
who's
now
this
will
guy?
only
Is
get
it
worse and
Trump?
worse and worse
Is
and
it
worse and
Trump?
worse.
Someone needs to mute
So
him,
I
right?
honestly don't understand why you're calling me blue
Right,
pilled, man.
stop taking
I want to
all
help
the
you.
oxygen out of the room. Right, first of all, that's not true at all because in England you've always got the class system, and English people are famous for always discriminating against other English people based on class, and they've done that for thousands of years. So it's always been like that. And also they've done it to other Europeans for thousands of years. So, you know, I mean, maybe if you were someone from Finland or something like that arguing, I could see your point of view. But I think, to be honest with you, you're just getting what you deserve now. I think we're all getting what we just deserve. You know.
Oh, what we deserve. What? Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Be a cuck. Be a cuck. So Turbo. This is the thing. This is the difference between me and you, right? I'm out here to defend my race of kin, and you would be the little manlet carrying in the corner, crying as you're watching your wife and your children get devoured by non-whites. You know, I'm the guy. I'm the guy out there to defend my kin, and you hate your kin. This is why your side is losing. This is why your side is getting steamrolled.
Wait, because whenever I've talked to other English people and I've tried to put up...
No, a lot of English people are waking up to... A lot of English people are waking up.
Can I say something? Can I talk now? Right. If I talk to other English people and I was like, you know, I used to think like this years ago, and you try and talk to them, unless you're like, if you're a Snow person, you have to be rich, good looking, or have some kind of status. Otherwise, they're just going to talk to you like you're scum. With other people, you can chat with them, with other guys from different places, and they're all on the right mindset. You can communicate with them. I've never had a problem with them personally, but yeah, with you, you probably do because you're like a middle class person that only wants to talk to a really specific one subset of people.
The majority of the British people, white British people, the majority of white British people are waking up to the Zionist truth, and you defending the Zionist blue-pilled myth is failing it. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You support multiracialism. You support multiculturalism because you can't get women, dude. You can't get women. You're on this server because you can't get women.
No, another thing you said that's completely wrong.
Dude, why are you here?
You have a completely blue-pill misunderstanding of how women are. I mean,
I've hated them.
All women would just go back.
They prefer to have a dominant male do most of the stuff for them, and they are more happy becoming a mother. They're more happy becoming a mother, no, it's not. It's not. Look at the happiness rates. Look at the happiness rates. I'm going to show you the happiness rates of women. Happiness rates of women have plummeted since we gave them rights. It hasn't gotten better. It has.
First of all the studies are bullshit because they're all written by the elites anyway. So they're just going to put out what they want to put out.
Take a Guardian report. Take a Guardian report that you would read every day. Look, this is a left-wing article. This is a left-wing article. This
Women look
proves
happy
that
to me.
women's
Women look really
women's
happy.
happiness rates have plummeted, mate.
Who
Look at
cares
it.
about women's happiness? I don't care about women.
I
They're
do. I
human
do.
No, I don't.
I do.
I don't care.
Cuckolds.
Why are
Both
you
of
do.
worried
you are
about
cuckolds.
women? You
Bummer,
weirdo.
bummer.
Both of you are cuckolds. Both of you
No.
are cuckolds.
I'm a cuckold for
What if
caring
you-
about the happiness
Bomber
of
drummer,
my
bomber.
my
Right,
girlfriend.
hold up. Bomber drummer.
Dude,
Bomber drummer. Hold
honestly,
up.
man.
Okay, bomber drummer. Do you know the 14 words, right? We need to secure. Yeah. How does that? How does that apply to you when you won't be having children?
The children are from the women who are human incubators. I don't care about their women's happiness. They're supposed to be in the room, in one room, making some kids. That's what they are. Literal human incubators, factory machines.
So
that's what women are. Women aren't that. Women are almost completely non-sentient beings.
So to realize the goal you have for your stock, you have to oppress half of it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or good thing. I'm just saying you have to oppress half of it.
No, it's not oppressive if you make them if you give them the roles that they were designed to have, which is to rear children.
Okay.
You have to, dude, bummer. No,
Turbo Incel. Can you
before you do Turbo?
Yeah, okay.
Before you do Turbo, right? This is the thing. A woman's body is very soft, right? When you feel a woman's skin, like I have when I was touching her in bed, right? The thing is, you will notice that she is very soft and very fragile. If I was to give her a slap like that, she would feel the pain, right? Her entire body. Women are shorter than men. There's a reason why they're shorter than men. You know, they are designed to protect children, but they cannot survive without a man, helping them. If a woman is carrying a child out in the danger, she needs a man to protect him, because even if a woman is going to shield her child from a scary saber-toothed tiger, she will still die with a child. So she needs a man to protect it, and this is why women are better being housewives. It's been proven that women's happiness rates have quadrupled the moment when they stepped down from their jobs and became a mother. That's what my mum did. My mum could have easily went into teaching. She was qualified to get even more stuff, but she didn't. When she had me, she reared me, and her happiness went higher. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Turbo Incelibate, can you say a last point? Because I'm going to get the last 3 callers on, and then we're going to go to our girlfriends.
Right, I just say
not
snow women are all these snow women are these damsels. Yeah, I've been in the game since the 90s. I've been going hard on this incel game. I've watched a lot of things happen. Yeah, I can tell you this. Yeah, the snow women, they love cock. They love all cock. It don't matter what it is. I've seen them. They've been living it up. They've been living it up. They don't want kids. They're having the time of their life. And love your show.
Why does the statistics not support that?
Face, can you get Steve Hocker on your show, please?
I would love to
have a show with Steve Hocker.
I would love to.
Please, thank you.
What's the statistics saying? Okay, bye, man. You didn't counter my point, but bye, man.
Shut up, you middle class.
No. Well, goodbye. I've got my girlfriend, man. You can cry in the corner all you want, but ta-da. Go back and be lonely, man.
Mr. Anglo, do you have a final point? I'm going to try and get these last 3 callers on. So, do you have a final point?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. I have a final point. Right. The problem is, Turbo. Right. You haven't really counted my statistics. It says, despite gains of women's rights throughout the years, they are more unhappier than ever. The fact is that women are not designed for masculine roles. They're not designed to do sports. They're not designed to be CEOs of companies. They're not designed to, even work as a secretary. They are designed to rear children. Their biology proves this, and their mental state improves once they become a mother. It's all in there. And even the lefty Guardian, the Marxist Zionist paid Guardian, admits to this fact. So again, you haven't really counted this point. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay, all right, Mr. Anglo, I'm gonna have to lose you, and Turbo Incelibate, I'm gonna lose you. Turbo Incel, Turbo Incel, do you want to make a final point, or are you done? Yeah, you said enough. TikTok.
It's over.
Hello?
Oh shit!
All right. I'm going to lose you guys. All right, thanks for your call, guys. I did appreciate you.
Hey, man.
See ya.
Hey, man.
Thanks.
Face. Before I go, man.
Hmm.
I'm going to be starting a YouTube channel, man. I would love to do some future live streams with you because I think you're one of my favorite YouTubers. Your
Even though I'm a
content
knight.
is gold.
Even though I'm a knight.
But yeah, mate. I don't care what you are. I don't care
Oh,
what
you
you
just-
look like. I don't care.
okay.
I value.
Thank you.
Despite me,
That's the whole
despite
thing.
me being, despite me being a white nationalist, right? I still
You're not a
treat
white
people like
nationalist.
people. Dude, you're the one who
You said
wanted to
somebody
clock
was
over.
Twitter.
Dude, bummer. This is the fact. I stayed consistent with my ideology. You were the one who wanted to admit you wanted to have sex with an Asian girl.
You're
So
Burn.
come on, man.
mixed race
At least I stayed
want
consistent.
to go. You say, oh yeah, mixed race people should want to go where they're white, dude. Oh yeah, an 80% African, 20% white. Guess
What do you expect to do with these mixed people? Kill them?
I'm not. I mean,
Ooh.
maybe deport them to their own area or not here. Not
you see,
here.
the thing is, Bummer, I give people a second chance and I give them mercy. I don't kill them outright unless they want to go to war with me.
I don't want to do that. I just want them out of my country if it requires that. Then go for
What
it.
should be done with
I'm
Native Americans, Bomber Drummer? What should be done with Native Americans?
America wasn't even a concept when the Native Americans came. They're already relevant.
It's their
as well.
land.
But I do support them getting their own little reservations in the Black Hills or whoever. Really.
How about they put you on a reservation? How about they put a short men or on a reservation?
I'm not culturally non-dominant, but I agree with every. If the native tribes want to chill on their land, dude, give it to them. Give it
All right,
to
so
them. And you know what? Give people their home. I'm not saying we should have a African Euro mixed homeland. We should have a full-on African homeland. We should have a Asian homeland. We should, and there's enough people to really have this. But we should absolutely have homelands for every single, not only race, but sub-race. So mixed race individuals, maybe a home race for Germanics and Mediterraneans and all of that. So it goes deeper than just your snow, your night, you go there. It's going to be a complete balkanization. There's not going to be massive superpower industrial centers of just every single person that is the same stock in the same. It's going to be split. We're all going to have that combining ideal of being roughly that same shade, roughly that same color.
All right, so you support the balkanization of the US. How about if the Native Americans said, excuse me, we want you gone. Everyone gone. Nights, suns, snows, we want you all gone. We want our land back. What do you have to say?
So homogenous. If it was one, for example, it wasn't, all of America wasn't under Native America, but if for example, let's take the Lakota Sioux. If the Lakota Sioux were on their land already, because in the U.S., they already get put on their own reservation. It's just like under the vague oversight of the U.S. control. But absolutely, if you're a Lakota Sioux, you're on the Lakota Sioux reservation, and you say, "Look, dude, you're a different race than me. I don't want you, controlling me." Then they should be given independence. They should be given their ancestral homeland. Absolutely, but for a fact, a majority of the United States, as it is now, was not populated. Where I'm living was not populated. Most of these places were not populated at all.
It's still not your homeland, though. We were talking about homelands earlier, right?
Yeah.
How can all right? Britain won't be my homeland in Mr. Anglo's opinion. So, America cannot be your homeland. I mean, let's be consistent, right? I mean,
sorry, can I answer?
Let's be consistent, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Thomas' question.
All right.
Yeah. Well, the fact is, America wasn't called America before the Europeans came.
Yeah.
So
it wasn't anything.
Unfortunately, the Native Americans don't really truly have a say because, unfortunately, there was one Native American guy on the server who was like calling me out, but the fact of the matter is, Native Americans are so mixed with Anglo-Saxon genes. What is considered Native American anymore? Like most natives are so mixed. They've probably got more, European genes with them than they do have, native Cherokee or whatever, tribe they have. Unfortunately, natives are going to, unless they actually step up the birth rate, they're going to be extinct soon.
All right. The ones who have the Native Americans who identify as such and have enough DNA associated, are they fair in saying that they want everyone gone, whoever, Night, Snow, Far East, they want you all gone? Is it fair?
If I was one of them, I would agree, but I'm not.
You would, you would agree. You would agree with them, right? So you just said it. You just said. So isn't the truth supposed to be something that's could be seen from every angle, no matter who you are?
But the thing is, there's such a small minority that they can't do anything.
I don't think that's a valid reason not to hear their arguments, but because there aren't enough.
Well, dude, they're going to be facing pretty much more than 50% of the entire white populace. Even though half of that white populace are probably cut to the teeth with their liberal Zionist agenda, the other half is still going to outnumber them 10-1. So it's going to be, a complete disaster for them. They'll be wiped out if they did try to do that. But, again, I would still consider, I would want to preserve Native Americans. I would want to preserve them. I would like to integrate them with the, white European American culture. And I think that would be a brilliant thing for America.
What the hell? So why not incorporate?
Not racially. Hang on, not racially, but I mean as part, it's like with the Australians in Australia with the Aborigine culture. It'd be something kind of lines like that. Like only those two particular races can literally live.
Okay, so why does a Snow American get to live in America, but someone who they brought?
Because they were the one who founded and unified the country.
So what does that mean? That's not okay. So if I break into your house, and put up new furnishings, do I own your house now because I made it better?
You'd have to be the majority. And you're not.
Okay, then you can't complain if you get overtaken then by Muslims or something.
No, I can because I outnumber you 10-1.
No, but if your birth rates are garbage and Muslims start to outbreed you, then you can't complain.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, yes, but that hopefully won't happen.
So,
your double standard testing doesn't actually happen. America by itself, the concept of America, first you need to know what happened pre-Columbus and pre-colonization. Tribes were very sporadic, much if not, like I think 90% of America was completely uninhabited. Now this is why I say we should give them their actual home, because like if I'm Cherokee, I'm not gonna take over California. The Cherokee were never in California. There's no claim there. But absolutely, the Cherokee lands, the Creek lands, which, albeit weren't very, very big to begin with, but like the lands that they inhabited should absolutely be free and independent.
Okay, someone's saying right of conquest. So if America gets conquered by Arabs, then you should just accept it because it's the right person won, right?
If we didn't have, there was no America. So if for some reason 90% of America became uninhabited and we didn't actually have a government, and then a bunch of Arabs came and took over, then they would be absolutely justified because they made the country. They advanced and developed the country to the point where it was, literally, it went from 10 million to how many people are in North America now? 300 billion in place of 10.
So what you're saying is what confers citizenship or belonging to a country is putting into that country infrastructure. So basically, if I put more infrastructure into America than you do, then I'm more American than you.
Well, if it's uninhabited, then absolutely. But
how about if I kill you and how about if I get rid of you and then implement infrastructure?
We didn't get rid of them.
How about I give you blankets with syphilis?
That was a completely unplanned.
It could be an accident. I'll give you a blanket and it has syphilis in it, and you die out. And I put a railroad in. Then I own America. Then
they had concepts of bioweapons back then. But if for example, even before Columbus came at all, 90% of it was completely uninhabited. And if, for example, and that's why I'm absolutely willing. I support a Native American homeland. I support more than one Native American homeland based on the tribes.
I know. So when will you be packing? When will you be packing? You support their homeland.
they control all of America. They don't. They've never gotten all of America.
Maybe
Been,
they could rule it and rule it into the ground, but is there a right? Right? Maybe it's their right to rule it into the ground.
Their homeland wasn't. It was the specific.
Yes, maybe they'll make it. They'll make it. Yeah. All right. I got to keep it moving, Mr. Anglo. Thank you for your contribution, and we'll speak. We'll speak.
One more thing before I have to say it. Right, I don't really, care much about the audience approval because I think they're just, salty over my ideology and just, salty over me. But the difference is, at least I could get a text back and they can't. So that's what I have to say. But anyway, you're great, man. You're great.
Thank you.
Honestly, I think you're one of my favorite YouTubers, and if I was there, subscribers, I would invite you onto my show, and we would talk so much shit, man. You're a pleasure to listen to.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me, man.
You're welcome. That's Mr. Anglo. Thank you very much. Let's get in order. I guess La Sierra is next. La Sierra, please don't be autistic. La Sierra, you're on Looks Live. You have to be quick, though. Oh, jeez. All right, back you go to the waiting bay. Oh, he made it. All right. La Sierra, you're back.
Yeah, so, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. You're on Looks Live.
Yeah, so you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to say, in general, I agreed with Mr. Anglo and Bummer Drummer.
Me too. Like in general, yeah.
They make very good points, but I just wanted to state that racial nationalism in of itself does make sense from a biological perspective, along with just looking at physics, chemistry, etc. But I just wanted to highlight, we had 5 major races: Abos, Negroids, Mongoloids, Capoids, and Caucasoids. Capoids essentially gone. Australoids essentially gone as a race. And Negroids were going that way until altruistic, among other things, led to a reverse. But earlier, I think the guys got a little too, stuck into the minute, small differences of ethnic groups, this and this. It's a little meaningless to get fixated on ethnic groups, as there are many European ethnic groups, and they're just made up of differentiate based differences on language, which doesn't make them subracially. So we know whites are of the Caucasoid race. They're an amalgamation mix of subraces. And regarding white nationalism, historic white nationalists and the elites today in the white nationalist movement, like Kevin McDonald, Richard Lynn, Jared Taylor, they don't hate women, so they would disagree with Bummer Drummer on this, and as would their messiahs of the past from the 40s and before. And the basis for that was there was always a domination of men over women. Women aren't entirely empathetic. I agree with him on that. They do tend to go with the major trends of the dominant power. So women were always ideal spies in totalitarian regimes, Nazi hierarchy, etc. It was in their vested interest to support a Chad government and the elites, in which such elites were holding wealth, power, and oftentimes had a monopoly on looks due to a monopoly on hoarding women. Increase the looks over time, attractive women. Another point, let us consider the Nazis themselves, Italian fascists and others of the 40s and prior eras, and even the great white philosophers like Plato for himself, if he wasn't mad, that is. These leaders were extremely based on race and genetics, and they would not want white incels to reproduce today.
Exactly, that's my point. My point is,
they didn't want help cells. Hitler himself did not want help cells and all these others to be reproducing. And the SS, the elite of the Nazi branch, they had programs for men over 6 foot or 183 centimeters to breed. This was essentially a non-monogamous society. So, you got to consider, like, there's a dichotomy in the right-wing world. Like, half of them are, like, I would say, trying to say that they should go to this Christian or this whatever kind of, and then the other half hate it. But the historic norm of how this species evolved was a more tribal-based, Darwinian, of course, society, and it wasn't all monogamous. Every loser man, to be frank, did not get a woman. We also need to consider that, okay, we acknowledge these 5 races exist, Caucasoids, etc., etc. By most people's metric counts, Mongoloids, Caucasoids would be the 2 dominant of there. And then if you were to break each of their look at the subraces within the Caucasoid and within the Mongoloids, we would notice that East Asians in the Mongoloid branch and white Europeans and their various subraces, you know, Alpines, Slavs, you know, Germanic Anglos, whatever you want to call them, were the elite of them, right?
Yeah.
So why do they mog so hard in height traditionally and manhood size, at least regarding these Northern Europeans, in bone structure, in IQ? Why do they mog other Caucasoids more, like Arabs or Irano-Afghans? They underwent extremely brutal sex selection and processes which weeded out essentially inceldom. Okay, so superiority and inferiority inherently do exist, and Bomber and Drummer is admitting this, yes. But I want to state though that you only get a superior entity and a higher IQ and this stuff through past brutal actions of the past. So I mean that needs to be taken into account. That if we go to a world, you know, like kind of the Catholics at one point when they went against, because the Bible allows men to have multiple wives, the Catholic Church realizing that there was you know, elite men were hoarding wives and not every man was getting a wife. And once society got to the point where more people were reproducing and it wasn't as, I guess, Darwinian, you started having an underclass of men who weren't having women, which is in prior ages they would have been dealt with a law, I guess, the 300 way from the movie. Throw the health cell off the cliff, you know. So today, this is a mass, I would say, of incels, and particularly in South Asia, where for generations they always gave every man, every, you could say, loser, a woman. Well, now they're entering an era that is historically the old norm, which is promiscuity, which is sex selection. So that women essentially are the awesome, what do you call it, choosers of these. So many of the good qualities.
And then
the thing
is,
them to mog is the result of this process.
What do you? What is your view of Bomber Drummer's view on stock? You know the word I'm trying to avoid.
It makes a lot of sense, and it does.
But does it make sense for him to have that view when he's not of that kind of genetic hierarchy, like higher up?
I would say he should read the names listed. Kevin McDonald, Richard and Jared Taylor, realize these men all have kids, reproduced, are very high IQ.
Should he have children? Should Bomber Drummer have children? He's 5'5".
Those guys, probably not. I mean,
oh wow,
not,
okay.
Unless he was living in a society, or maybe if he could sex select, because you can sex select for children, a daughter. A woman can never be incel, so
so he should only have daughters. That's fair.
That he may give birth, his wife may give birth to an incel son is bad, and you know his stock. He can find pride. He can find pride in his stock. There's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, some people say it may be cook or useless, but there's nothing. Essentially, he must go monk mode. If he is to forever be incel, he has to go this monk road, supporting a higher cause, but he may not get to pursue it. It's the same with, you know, religious Muslim incels or others. They're supporting a greater quest for world domination or whatever it be to this greater end. But I mean,
isn't that brutal though? Isn't that brutal that Bomber Drummer should, if he wants to be, I guess, consistent in his support of his own stock, he should support them, but not reproduce with them. Isn't that kind of brutal?
It is brutal, yeah. And I'm not sure exactly what, like, Jared Taylor, or even, like, you know who Martin Sellner is. He's a leader of, one of the leaders of the Identitarian movement, which is a right-wing populist, you know, it's white nationalist in all means group in Europe that's growing, and they have ties to, you know, the Identity and Democracy group in Europe, which has 76 seats in the European Parliament, a good chunk out of 705. So, you know, I would say to him, maybe, I don't know what the direction of, you know, North America is. I do think the country will balkanize, and maybe that is the intention. It would seem like it, for whatever reasons, who knows. But I mean, I would say move to Europe. There's a lot of still pure white states, you know, Ukraine, Hungary, etc. And that's essentially your white national society. move there, learn the language, and see if
Like
you can
Eastern
excel.
Europe.
I do think
That's
that a
great.
lot of guys who are incel and who attach to white nationalism, I do sometimes think that it's not as simple as that. Oh, if they lived in a white nationalist society, they'd have a looks match woman. This isn't exactly true, and the leaders of their past didn't always promote that. I mean, in reality, the Nazi movement was okay with you getting your looks match, but the end goal was, it looked like, was to have cloning and to have eugenics, and the end goal was not for short white manlets to reproduce. So I mean,
Well,
there is that.
Do you want to respond, Bomber Drummer?
first of all, you're unbased, you're cringe, and you're Jewish. And I want to mention that your alt-right figures are different from my figures. We are each. I mean, the thing about politics is that we're so different on the scale. You might have whoever you mentioned, those unbased cringe, quote, snow nationalists. But I have mine. I have American ones. I have Harold Covington. I have, and that's really my main inspiration with the Northwest Front. The qualifications for being to the Northwest Front is to go to an area in the United States Northwest Front, in the Northwest, and it's only for people who have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Do you have blonde hair and blue eyes?
I have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Oh, wow.
And the entire
Are you tall?
Is that?
I mean, can you get in?
Yeah.
Is height a prerequisite?
The whole thing is that he's written books about how to sell the commune, how to deal with it, and in it he sets out very, very clear lines, because it doesn't. I mean, just genetic lines. The genetic low stock have intimacy with the genetic low stock as well. It is stock on stock.
But isn't that unfair, though? That's unfair, though. That you're going to produce, even if you date a short woman, you're going to produce short men. So isn't it more fair that you just don't have offspring unless you have women? Well, I guess
a short woman with a tall man might still produce a short man. That it needs to be over genetic lines, and it needs to be under forced monogamy. And then, because we're still existing. The only problem is that we're blonde hair, blue eyed commune of individuals, and it's all about the genetic line. Don't genetically mix with each other as much as you don't want to genetically mix with the races. Yes, we're all the same, all of the same stock. But if the low value, let's just say, like, quote, low value women date the low value men through forced monogamy, there's no more inceldom. I can't make incel kids. My kids are going to be married off and in forced monogamy. My kids aren't going to be incel, and that's going to work for everybody. My kids
no, but we go back to the point. You can't attack your own women for choosing not to date you, because that's.
I add something?
You would think that's a good thing. That's eugenics. That's improving the
all
the
the
stock.
positives of the white race resulted from women being selective. If you do this for 1,000 years or more of your enforced monogamy,
you surely
technology to basically do the selecting yourself and avoid the pain of male rejection, the same thing's going to happen.
Bomber Drummer, surely you agree that it's better that women of your own stock avoid you and you don't reproduce.
Women of my own stock or my genetic equal is what matters. If they're my equal, they're my genetic equal. I'm not going to produce, and you could say, forced monogamy is going to, I mean, there's always going to be, if there's not forced monogamy, there's not going to be, if there's forced monogamy, there's not really going to be an incel problem. Like, my kids, there might be specific genetic classes.
So you need to weed that out with gene engineering. We're entering a time with that technology. So if you get this hypothetical state,
eventually, yes, that's the end goal. That is the end goal. Is that eventually?
So that would solve two problems. That would solve your inceldom, because you would get your looks match, and then your kids would be an improved version of you.
When I have
select not for your height, etc.
Exactly. So, like, let's say I have kids, right? I might die, and my kids might marry through forced monogamy, and then whenever gene splicing gets fleshed out, then their kids, they're gonna have kids, and then their kids are gonna be gene spliced to create, the what you would referred to as like, what alt-right leaders call as like Ubermensch. They turn that, but it's going to be way down the line.
Shouldn't
Also,
your
I just want
let
to
me just
say
interrupt.
about
Shouldn't Bomber Drummer? Shouldn't you said you speak about a looks match and a stock match? Shouldn't she refrain from reproducing as much as you should? You don't want to produce short children, right? You don't want to reproduce short children.
What's wrong with what would
because they will be on this live stream like you are. You don't want to do that to them.
You're saying my kid would be
But his intention face is he's going to set up a fundamental society with it.
Yeah, but come on. How likely is that? How likely is that?
Well, how likely is me getting a female right now? That's the thing, is that you're giving in the Northwest.
That is true. That is true.
Do you plan to move to the Northwest? I'm familiar with.
Eventually, yes, I will. I will move. The thing is, I might even have to, because there's a lot of, after the Harold Covington's death, there's a lot of split. But I hope by the time I save up the money and I go there and and the commune exists and then the United States gets balkanized, there, this plan will go into action. And yeah, my kids might be, and I'll get, the forced marriage, forced monogamy, and eventually down the line, my kids are going to have gene splicing ability, and my kids are going to be the,
I mean, when society gets there, the more efficient way women wouldn't even give traditional birth. It would be like the book Brave New World, and that's possibly, I would assume, what all intelligent leaders from Russia, China, and the whole world want, because it takes out the big. Because then you could have women as atomized workers, and you could do a lot more gene engineering if it was through an artificial womb. It would solve a lot of issues. Maybe that is the purpose of low birth rates, among other things. Some crisis will happen, and blah blah blah. But regarding the names I mentioned, you saying they're all Jewish or whatever, they actually represent real fundamental change on the European continent and possibly even in North America. So I wouldn't be so quick to put it down. You sound very young to me. Maybe you will grow on your beliefs and all. I hope you move up there, but
I'm not a cringe homo. What matters is Americans. American white.
Which color Americans?
This is a very small-minded thinking, though, man. Like,
which color Americans matter?
We're good, and ultimately, you're going to see who's going to win. Like
which color Americans matter? No, I'm gonna press him on this.
Loses, the superiority argument goes out the window.
Hold up, Lasiera. I'm gonna press him. Lasiera, I'm gonna press him. Which color Americans matter?
I think that each colored American should be balkanized to their. If you're Native American, when the United States balkanizes, get your own state.
How about they balkanize along Incelibate lines? If you're Chad, you get most of the good states. If you're Incelibate, you get like the cold, destitute states. You get Detroit.
I mean, that wouldn't be very good, but we're not separating based on.
Why not? Why not separate along genetic lines, genetic elites and genetic trash? Why not balkanize along those lines?
Because it's not as easily.
It is. We look at your face. We say you're short, you're ugly, you're bald, you're this, you're that, and then we throw you in the truck. Because
it wouldn't. A genetic clash has never resulted in a massive dividend.
Isn't it just that it just would be inconvenient to you? Isn't that just like the main point? You wouldn't like it. Which is fair. You could just say I wouldn't like it. It's fair. But let's just be honest.
In the specific, in the case of ethno-nationalism, every race is going to have about anywhere from 1 to 5 years of discomfort. Like, you really think these stages, but for literally the rest of human history, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. Like, I'm going to have discomfort. I'm going to have to get up. I'm going to have to migrate to, I hope, the Northwest, but it could be, wherever the powers that be after, because I can't predict the future, but wherever they want to dictate, my kinds of people go. But it's not, it's going to be discomforting. It's going to be uncomfortable. You're going to at least kind of forced to integrate. And then hopefully, right, in my system, it would be over a few, like a while. It wouldn't be, you would have, it wouldn't be just dumping a bunch of non-snows on the shores of Liberia, telling them to go and it wouldn't be like that. It would be, the country taking them gets compensation. They might get integration courses, and this is going to be over a bunch of years. It's not going to be all at once, and it's still going to be a massive undertaking. But it's going to be uncomfortable. But for the rest of human history, and I think that's worth it. For the rest of human history, it's going to be better.
Okay, that's a good note to leave La Sierra on. La Sierra, thanks for your call. Okay. All right.
Did I say one more thing?
Oh, quickly.
Yeah, I just want to say that probably in the next, within 10 years, I guess we'll really see, which side of the white nationalist world or whatever is reigns superior. I mean, so a lot of what Bummer Drummer is talking about, I mean, you're going to see it. If your side loses, it loses. What was his name? Hitler even said it himself. If they lost that war, I mean, and just also to the end, the only way his scenario works is if you gene engineer to remove essentially his genetics, because how the white race got to the pinnacle of where it is was through extremely brutal selection, which essentially weeded out inceldom. So that's just my end point. And with that said, even though I do agree with a lot of that, I wouldn't delusionally say that, a full white man who isn't as good looking as Jeremy Meeks is superior to Jeremy Meeks in terms of his day-to-day happiness, sex life, among many other things. I mean, that is just complete cope, So I do agree with you to a large degree, Face, on and what was his name? The cruise guy's point on the 9 out of 10 upper echelon black. Because yes, 80 percentile roughly of sub-Saharans have below 70 point IQ or whatever. So there's no changing that. They're never going to become the next Einsteins, right? Per se. But that's not to say that outliers don't exist also through brutal sex selection. The highest IQ African nations is where those outliers existed and reproduced, but they're still not on a comparable level, yes, with modern Europeans. But that's not to say that, they can't mog in some other way. And at the end of the day, I will also say that the white race evolved to its point of pinnacle superiority, not through irrationally hating women, but I mean, men always dominated, but the leaders of these movements were always essentially Chadlites, or upper tier normies who realized, and as the species evolved, you can't just solely treat a woman like an incubator. This is not how development of mothering and parenting works, among many other things. And
all right. What I'm going to bring on Cal. I'm going to bring on Cal quickly.
Peace out.
All right, thanks. They liked you, by the way. Cal, you're on Looks Live. Cal, can't hear you. TikTok.
Oh, yo. I'm still collecting my thoughts. I'll talk in a second.
All right. We'll wait for you. You'll be the last call. It's Mike Blackpill Syria. You're on Looks Live. Make a point really quickly because I want to be out of here. I have women to bang. Mike, you're on Looks Live.
Can you hear me?
Oh, my days. Not really.
Can you hear me?
No, and I don't think it's going to work with your mic right now. You've got like about 5 seconds to get this working.
How about now?
Yeah, okay, just about, yeah.
Sure. So I wanted to ask Mr. Anglo a question, but unfortunately, he left. So my question was, and if any of you can answer, that will be fine. My question for the Snow nationalists is that, so if you are a nationalist, you should care about everyone in your race, men, women, children, etc. If all the ethnics in the West, all the immigrants, whether legal, illegal, good, bad, etc.
Wow, Bummer Drummer with the typing. Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Yeah, go ahead, Mike. If all of the ethnics, what? Because you're breaking up. We can't hear you, Mike. I'm going to drag you back into Waiting Bay. I'm going to give you another chance So let's try again. Bomber. Okay, he's not ready. Cal, we may just have to end it soon. You know, I think I've put you guys through enough of this. Cal, you're on Looks Live.
Yeah, a few quick things I wanted to say. So first, I want to say, if there was a ethno state where people married their looks match, if that kept happening for a long enough time, eventually that population would split into two species. Pretty much all the good-looking people would turn into like this angelic, beautiful species, and then all of the ugly people would like turn into like goblin-looking, 3 foot tall, like just ugly, whatever, like creatures, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of want all the incels out there to realize when you talk about you want to date your looks match, you want to marry your looks match, if you really think that through, like the end result of that, if like everyone did it, would just be like you would split into two species, one Chad species and then one like goblin species.
That's why gene splicing is enabled. That's why gene splicing will be after, that's why gene splicing will be a thing.
All right, cool.
Go ahead.
And then one more thing I wanted to say is where did I put it? And then I was gonna say Face. I think you're pretty much right about what you were saying earlier about the
Hansa?
About if one people conquers another. Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah. Okay.
If someone conquers another, then pretty much they can do what they want, right? Like the white people conquering the Native Americans, because the way I see it is the only real law that exists in this world is like the law of power, which is
conquest.
those who have power can enforce their will onto those who don't have the power. Pretty much that's what it's going to be for the rest of time going forward. It's like so that's why I think probably ethno states are never going to happen, because the powers that have the power, they're just never going to let that happen. So I mean, this it's funny how this kid thinks it might happen. It's never going to happen. It's never.
Bummer.
I'm not. I mean, really, you're not. I mean, if things progress the way they are, we're not going to see that happen. But the whole point is that it's. I mean, for anything left of center to take place, because right now the elites have chosen that the elites that control every single, not even Western country anymore. Most if not all countries have now chosen that they want to go progressively left. Now, obviously,
well, that's not true, man. Not in Africa, not in Asia, not in Latin America, not in Russia. I mean,
what are they choosing? I mean, those places are shitholes. So I mean, they're choosing to shoot each other. Mabamba in Rwanda is just shooting. He's choosing to choose. That guy.
Okay, but like the Asian. Okay, but like China isn't a shithole by any metric means. Neither is Japan, Korea, these countries.
Well, China.
I wouldn't consider Argentina, Chile, these countries to be shitholes.
Yeah, but
they more embrace regionalism.
Yeah, but they're not.
No, they're not part of the West, of course.
And when the elites get there, they're fucked too. They're fucked too. But as of right now, the West and a lot of the East, with hypergamy, like South Korea, Japan, all those, we're seeing a shift to leftism. We're seeing a shift to progressivism. This is going to be a gradual shift until eventually we're all fucked. And so, I guess we're not even going to see mainline conservatism anymore. If that's really what you want to go by, you're not going to see an incel place. You're not going to see the whatever ideology you have. If it's not socially left wing, is not going to exist by that logic, because the elites are not deeming it appropriate. The elites do not want that to happen.
All right, I want to put in a little thought that I have. Well, this view that I'm going to share is probably different from what a lot of the people watching believe, but I think it's good to share a different side, which is hopefully I can wake up some people that have been brainwashed by a certain propaganda, and here it is. So I've researched this topic completely. I've gone fully down the rabbit hole, and I just trust me, or no, not trust me. Trust me is the wrong word, but I'm just hopefully I can wake people up when I say this, that there is no Zion conspiracy to like break up white countries or the white race. Like that, it doesn't exist. Like so many people out there have fallen for this propaganda. Like I just trust me, that's not what's happening. Okay, so think of it this way. White women are choosing to bone Chads. It's not the Zion. It's not the Zions making them do it. White women want it. They're doing it.
Okay, women are dogs, right? Women are dogs, and before this happened, there were muzzles on them. Somebody took the muzzle off. Dogs just don't take their muzzle off.
Okay, you are right. I guess I can. My point to that would be, pretty much the Chads, the people with real power in this world, in my opinion, are I guess you could say, all Chads globally have the power, and the Chads are creating a global society where women have freedom and choice because that society benefits all Chads. So really, all Chads have all the power. Incels are never going to be able to defeat Chad. I mean, Chads are the large degree, yes. Yeah, Chads are ruling society, and they're the ones who took the muzzles off girls, giving them freedom because that just benefits themselves. And I guess that's my view anyway. That's probably in general what's going on, in my opinion anyway.
How are you explaining the massive demographic shifts? I mean, for Christ's sakes, London is majority.
Wait, you're right. You're right. There is a massive racial shift in all these countries, but I don't think that's being done by the long-nosed tribe. I don't think it's being done by them. It's being done by just the general spirit of liberalism, which is not completely all done by the long-nosed. It's also done by just liberals.
At the end of the day, altruistic whites did allow this to happen. They were the voting majority in the U.S. Congress and European parliaments, so that is something that has to be noted.
Bomber drummer, to be like internally consistent, you must have a visceral hate of Snow women for allowing the birth rate and allowing their choices to allow them to stop having children and focus on career and focus on hedonism. You must hate them then.
Well, I hate all women, but yes, I do hate.
But you must have like a more of a hate for them because they are choosing like this to jump to throw the birth rates off a cliff. You must be like angry at them. So half of the Snow race you don't even like.
No, that's where the incel part comes in. That's why you're incel ethno-nationalist. I know.
I want to throw in a small thing I've been thinking of. I want to hear Face's opinion on this. So I've kind of been thinking, like, this is a concept I've had in my head, which is women are attracted to, like, looks, like 99%, of course, and then money status, kind of like you can get laid with money, of course, and some girls are attracted to status. And I was thinking to myself, like, just brainstorming solutions in my head, and I thought, what if, like, if a girl sees one incel, she's repulsed by him, but I thought, what if one incel finds 14 other incels or 9 other incels and forms a group of 10 incels, and let's say they're all super close homies. Well, when they do that, when they form that gang, then essentially they've elevated their status. And I think if 10 incels form a gang, they could probably go out together and probably get girls. Like, women might be attracted to that group of men. I haven't tested it yet. Not really. No. But I think women might have like a primal attraction to groups of men because that represents power. A group of men is more powerful than one man. I don't know. It's just a thing I've been thinking of possibly trying.
You're not entirely wrong. Women do seek to infiltrate male communities, and you may have the one autistic outlying woman who will seek attention in a community that doesn't have women in the Incelibate community, and she may date down, date an Incelibate, but there isn't going to be like a mass migration of women to date Incelibates.
Well,
Not happening.
I guess I'm calling it the next level of PUA. I'm not calling it that, but maybe if 10 incels map their game perfectly, they can go out and like basically, I don't know, get some girls, like if they work together, like instead of them cucking each other and trying to mock each other, they like work together, and they might be able to brainwash hot girls into boning them. I'm just saying it might be possible, considering how like easily brainwashed girls are. I don't. But you know what? Before I talk about this more, I should probably test it myself, and if it works, then I should make YouTube videos about it, maybe. But I just wanted to throw that out there. That's like what I've been theorizing lately, is maybe like incel gangs, as retarded as it sounds. And now I'll shut up about it.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Thanks for your call. That's Cow. By the way, Cow, which if you don't have to say which ethnic background are you from?
Real quick, I want
Which ethnic background are you from?
You can put it on stream.
Really?
Okay, can you show my picture on stream?
All right, post it.
I want the chat to be totally honest, and
they are going to be brutal.
Like,
I don't think you're ready for this. You can back out right now.
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
All right, post it in the chat. But boy, trust me, you probably don't want to do this. You probably really don't want to do this.
Well, actually, I think I look pretty good. This is me actually when I was 19 and almost skinny, and I got lots of girls when I look like this. But now I'm really fat and I have to lose weight. Just life in general made me gain weight. But yo, chat, give me your honest opinion.
All right, let me get this up on screen right about now. Oh fuck! I mean, damn it.
I think I look like a male model. To be honest, this is
you're
really me.
Joking. Is this a troll call? Like you don't?
No, this is me. 100%. This is me.
You look like a male model. This is.
Yeah, this is me. I promise. This is me. This is me.
Are you trying to? I just need to be clear. You're not trying to dox someone else, right? This isn't like.
I'm 100%. This is me. I can give you a picture of me now. This is me when I was 19. Right now, I'm like I got a lot of girls when I was 19. Right now, I'm like 100 pounds heavier, so I could probably still get girls. I'm just too lazy.
The thing is, I can see some good looks below the fat. I can see like even at your blimp size.
Wait, show it to the stream.
It's on the stream.
It's me.
Yeah. Even with your overweight, I can see cheekbone definition. I can see a strong chin. Your eyes look. You don't have upper eyelid exposure.
That's saying 5 out of 10. Yeah. But I think I must be good looking because
I think underneath the fat, like a few, you're like a few
hot Asian girls would hit on me.
You're like Asian, yeah. You're like a few trips not to McDonald's away from being quite decent looking. Like if you just avoid some cheeseburgers, you would look good. Gym. And you have like the basis is right there, like it's underneath.
I kind of wanted to show myself just for fun, but right. I guess there's one more thing I wanted to say, but it left my head. I'll just shut up for a minute, then I'll talk in a minute maybe. All right, I know you have to end soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out of here. I'm gonna just read some super chats before we go. I have to thank Bomber Drummer again for being on stream and taking a pummeling from the live viewers and from Mr. Anglo. Like he held his own, I would say.
That's right.
See, why can't me and you chill, bro? Man, different stocks, but why can't me and you chill in a bar and just have a few drinks? Like, what is the big problem?
I mean, as long as a gynocentric, elitist world order persists, I'd be okay. But if it happens, dude, I mean, you can be like mutually respectful, but also be in different countries. You know what I mean? We need like a, I don't know, based Afro homeland. You know, I don't know, dude. But
all right, Wolf Lewis Chatinier says, "Let me call and talk to this guy, please." I think this was this is in reference to today. Oh, let me. I think I got interrupted last time when David said, "Do I know Nick Fuentes?" Yeah, I do. I watch him, Red Ice, Jarrett Taylor, Mark Collett. I spoke to Mark Collett on Twitter this week. I was going to get him on the stream, but it's his birthday today. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if he wants to come on with me. I don't know. Laura Towler. Who else? The Way of the World. Like, I watch so much Snow nationalist channels. I'm kind of convinced that I was an Austrian painter in my past life. Wolf Louis du Chatinier says, sorry. Name withheld for $10. Thank you. Says, this guy's weird. He wants his snow stock. All right, sorry. Let me refresh this. This is old. Give me a sec here. I would give Lana Lotkef a BBC seeing to. Oh, sound effect. It's too late.
It only gets worse.
Oh, what's the point what's the point? Comedy is about timing. All right, so I'm going to go through these. I can't believe the Chad PC let me down. What the hell? You do realize that I'm running like insane RAM hogging software to bring this stream to you. So that's why Lana Lotkef was late.
It only gets worse.
All right, now she's there. Name withheld says, so let's go another way. He said he wants to genetically modify his stock. Would he eliminate short cells and i.e. himself? Oh yeah, I think you answered that. Would you? Do you want to just give a quick answer again? Would you eliminate yourself?
Well, the thing about forced monogamy is that we're not. It's going to be a way of.
No, but you're bringing it to this kind of futuristic proposal. Can't you just talk about today? Would you accept being barred from reproducing?
Well, no, because eventually there is going to be gene splicing available.
Okay, so that's a no. It's okay for you.
That, you don't deal with your like you don't have to deal with inceldom as a problem because forced monogamy, and then eventually you don't have to deal with your genetic quality because of gene splicing. Eventually, and this isn't going to be that long because when a group of people put in a lab and they're non-elitists, they're not governed by the elites that control every Western government. Their gene splicing is not that far away.
Michael North said, "Face is winning, buddy boyos, tearing this guy a new one." No, all I wanted to do was to confront the cognitive dissonance between being a man who women don't choose because of your low genetics, your crap, trash, garbage genetics, and being in favor of a movement ideology that dictates that that genetics matter and good genetics are important. So that's just kind of the kind of thing I wanted to address. Raw Dog 34 says, "Love your streams, Face." What the hell? Why would you listen to this garbage? Kiosk says, "Hey Face, you invite Squatting Casanova. Could you invite Squatting Casanova, a logical thinker, Asian PUA guy who's killing it in Las Vegas? I want to know his insight towards the black pill." Complex EZ or EZ says, "Sorry, I'm British, or apparently I'm just a foreigner in your homeland, guys." Complex EZ, as we say in the UK, says, "Laugh my ass off. Make sure to get your people leave the motherland and go to Europe." That's to you, I'm guessing. But I think you've addressed that you want balkanization. You're not in favor of moving. You're not in favor of moving back to Europe. You're in favor of balkanizing the North America.
But yeah, I think that the Native Americans should have their own place. I think that people who came from The British Isles, Anglo-Americans should have their own area. German-Americans, they should each have their own area.
So do you realize that your argument for snows staying in North America is because putting railroad down and putting bricks upon bricks and drawing lines on a map?
I mean, it's a valid argument from a Darwinian perspective.
I would say that the argument is that America, the modern concept of America was only made by us. It wasn't made by Native Americans. Had no concept of what America was. Most of it was uninhabited, and that's why I'm saying that we shouldn't just.
So this uninhabited argument, that means that I can take over a part of Sweden that doesn't have people living in it and build railroads.
But every part of America, every part of Sweden has at least as people living in it.
I could find a small space that doesn't have people in it and just build a railroad and put some bricks upon bricks. There, it's the FACEandLMS civilization. Fuck Swedes.
I mean, it would work in the same vein as in Russian Siberia. That's why I don't think that Russian Slavs should have to give back Siberia to the Kazakhs or the Mongols or the whoever. I don't think they need to give them back because there simply was nobody living there. There was no concept of that. I think it's different for Russia, but for America, there was no concept of America. And again, that's why I'm saying that we shouldn't genocide every single native tribe. I actually think that they should be their own countries, and not only that, but they should be able to occupy the homelands that they've lived in. Because I think what you're.
So who should leave? Who should leave America? Who should leave? Who should be forced out?
Well, I think America, because of what you said, because of the way America was built, I think that it should be the only continent to actually be
balkanized with different races. Yeah.
Balkanized between the races, and this does not only include Snow Americans. This includes, for example, the
Latino. I think we can say Latino. I think that Susan won't get on my case for saying Latino.
Oh, sure. And for if you've seen because there are maps about this. This has been planned out among.
I've seen the maps. I've seen it. That
where we could even have Asians in parts of California, and those guys can have their own little state, and so that's what we need. We need balkanization of America. My area.
Do you think if you were like this? No, I'm not going to say that. That's kind of rude. I'll just keep moving. Sorry. Complex EZ says this myth started during he says Slav with a space and then E, so I'm guessing he meant to say slave. This myth started during slave days because snowmen were caving it back then and now. Don't know. Renato Bellerofonte says, hey Face, let me join call. We'll have to do that another time, and that's for 5 PEN. What the hell is that currency about? Complex EZ says migration is natural for humans and mixed for year. Okay. Complex EZ says bet he thinks America snows are the original though, like the original race, I guess. I don't know. Tim the Cyborg says remember, for 100 SEK, I don't know if that, I don't know how that translates, probably like $5. Remember when the stream was about black pill and not Paul or slowness, I guess, the R word, the RET word, yeah. I lost it. All right, let me go back. The Honest Truth says, had to donate to this S show. Laugh my ass off. Thank you. The Honest Truth again said, man of my word. Thanks for showing pic. All right. Lord Aniz says, he 6 out of 10 to be honest. I think that's in reference to Mr. Anglo. Certified Tyrone. Thank you. said best dumpster fire stream yet. Fire. Curry Muncher said go. He said
Go ER.
Archon P91 says we went from African tribes to trad cockcells. Someone needs to save Looks Live before it completely goes off the rails. And Curry Muncher says the audio levels of each speaker is too uneven. It's annoying how quiet La Sierra is. I'm going to refresh this one last time. And then we'll just make some closing statements, and then we'll get into bed with our girlfriends, right? So
Wait, what are you refreshing?
The live super chats. Yeah, Native Americans were in the Northwest, so your dream of moving there would be mute. Laugh my ass off from Complex EZ.
They're dead. There's nothing that can. I mean, there's not really any. They're gone. You know, Native Americans as it is. I mean, if you were really to give them the whole of the United States, they don't have the population or the desire. Like they don't have the ability.
That's not a great argument. That's not a great argument. Just because yeah, all right. Just because they're not populous. No. But listen, just because they don't have a high population doesn't mean they can't be scattered throughout the U.S. and have their homeland back.
Well, their homeland isn't America; it's a part of America. You know, for example.
What's the snow peoples and the night people in America? What's their homeland? Not America.
Well, the night people would theoretically be because they were brought
over by you.
They would have a place in America. The night people would have a place in America, and
pretty much.
So basically, everyone needs to leave. Then everyone needs to get that. Like you know that the probably a boomer saying, I don't care where you go, but everyone needs to get the I butchered that phrase. Is it I don't care where you go, but everyone needs to get the hell out? Maybe Native Americans are justified in saying that. You ain't gotta go, but you gotta get the hell out here. That's it.
If we're in their tribal land, then absolutely, but their tribal land isn't the entirety of the United States.
It's the Americas, it's North America. It's North America is more Native American than it is European. Like if you go back enough, it's more Native American than it is night. It's more Native American than it is sun.
Well, Native American by itself is a concept that was made by snow people. There's Cherokee, there's Creek, there's
God, who cares? Just okay. Well, Europe is the same thing then. You don't think Polish people should mate with Spanish people, so who cares?
They should have their own place, each in individuals. That's why the same reason why the Lakota shouldn't be mixing with that. There's a very clear distinction between a Cree and a Lakota.
Oh wait, yo! I just thought of something. I just thought of something, which is in the future, pretty much once the gene splicing comes, you'll be able to turn all black people into white people anyway. Race isn't even going to exist once there's the gene splicing. You literally take black kids, turn them into white kids once we got the genetic technology, so it doesn't even matter, really.
I'll be able to run JBW. I'll get laid.
I mean, if they develop it, they'll have their own. Yeah, but I don't know if the Dark Nation will develop it. I don't know.
Well, anyway, we talked about ethno states a lot. It's never going to happen. I have one more thing I want to add, which is I think very interesting. Okay, so I've actually been thinking of like creating. Pretty much, I've put it together the last week. I think I know how it's going to work now. I've been thinking of creating a dating app for incels, but it's not even incels only. But it's going to be directed for it's going to be, what's the word? Not designed for incels, but not promoted, but for incels. What word am I looking for? Good for incels, whatever. The word doesn't matter. It's a dating app for incels. Okay, I'm going to tell you the full details of it, and chat. You can say if you would use something like this, and also you can give me your opinion on it. Here would be the full details of it, and I could probably create it easily because I can code. But okay, so the app would have verification for women, and basically all women over age 23 would get kicked off, and all women who are like fat would get kicked off. Basically, all fat women get kicked off, and women over age of 23 kicked off. And here's here's how the app would like promote itself, or the rules of the app, which is men would not have pictures. And the whole point of the app would be
not happening.
The app is based. No. The whole point of the app is the agreement is the girls go on there and basically agree. So I guess it probably wouldn't have. The girls agree that, oh, I'm down to date an ugly guy, but you can never get me pregnant. And no, you didn't finish. The ugly guy can never get her pregnant. And when she wants to have babies, she'll like go out and find chads to like impregnate her when she wants babies. So the sex will just be pleasure only, and no getting pregnant.
Okay. Women don't want to. Women don't want to sit next to us on the bus. How the hell are they going to have hedonistic pleasure with us?
If the app explained it, and it would also say the men pretty much are agreeing and saying, I have money if I come onto this app. So the guys are saying, I'll financially take care of your future children because I don't really care about reproducing because I'm ugly. And so girls will be going onto the app sort of agreeing that, okay, an ugly guy with money.
This is like some hyper cope. Women will just go on Tinder, swipe a good looking guy and bang him. Why jump through all these hoops and make a commitment to dating an ugly guy and make sure you don't get pregnant? Like, it's like a series of cope. Why not just bang the good looking Chad and then be done with it?
I guess that's a good point, but
it's a great point. Right. It's a great point. It's a true point. It's absolutely billion% correct.
I'm still probably going to create it, and it'll probably fail. But I guess
if you do make the app, I will promote it. If you do make the app, I will promote it.
Oh, nice, sure.
Yeah, all right. Because I want to see it succeed, but I just don't think it will.
I'm pretty sure I could make it. It would be easy to make, but it all depends if people actually use it. But I guess it would be fun to make. All right, yeah, I'll email you, talk to you on Discord if I ever make it. Yeah.
Alrighty. I think this has been like a really wow, what a stream. It's been interesting. I do salute Bomber Drummer for taking a pummeling, I guess, from like questions from me that, you know, he had to think on his feet. He had to be like, I'm clicking my fingers. He had to be like on the ball. And I do salute his answers. And I do appreciate his time giving up 4 hours of an evening in his prime to be on this low IQ live stream. So Bomber Drummer, like, can you? I do appreciate you being here. All right. I know you got like I was kind of harsh on you, but it's just because I'm harsh on any snow nationalist who's an Incelibate, because if your problem is genes, if your own stock of women are rejecting you, then you're an honorary ethnic. Basically, you're basically like an ethnic to your own women.
I thought I did pretty base. I thought I did pretty good.
Yeah, man, you handled yourself.
I don't like women. I'm not a traditionalist like that, you know, in the sense of like it's women doing like I think that women. I would say that I'm more misogynistic, as in comparison to everyone else, as in comparison to most other, people who are like, oh, well, women would be great if they were in the house and they were doing this and they were doing that. Like, no, they're not. They're great if they're human incubators, and if it's not like that. I mean, people think it's a meme, but I absolutely believe in artificial wombs, and I believe that if that exists, that'd be very based. You know, I'm not 100% educated.
Wait, but then would you not have sex if there's artificial wombs? Would you still want sex? Of course.
Well, you know, like sex spots and stuff. I'm not 100% educated on that. Which is why I didn't talk about it. But you know,
I mean, would you still want pussy? I mean, I think all we really want is just like good pussy. I don't even give a fuck about having kids.
Good, like you're saying good. I'll accept any. I like just like a balled up sock. I will accept at this point.
For me, I've pretty much only had sex with girls that are probably people won't believe me, but they were super hot Asian girls, like probably like Asian.
No, I
supermodel
believe that
level.
you're Snow, of course. That is that is kind of my issue.
Just be
like,
white.
yeah, why not? If your own women are treating you like an honorary ethnic, why have allegiance to them? Why not just move on and get an Asian? That just makes sense to me. Screw women of your own stock that are not receptive to you. Just screw the Snow nationalism and just bang who lets you bang them, right? Bass, bomber, drummer.
What?
Just bang the women who let you bang them. So whichever race they are, screw allegiance to your own women.
Well, it would. I mean, it depends on the social conditions, but yeah, I mean, now because I shouldn't. There's no reproducing, of course. There should never be reproduction between the two, but it's race.
So that's a slippery slope.
Stock mixing is entirely the fault of the women. You know, women are the lock, and men are the key. Why are you attacking the key for getting into the lock? It should be the other way around. So that's why I don't blame night men who go on and have intimacy with white women. It's the white women's fault. The white women are to blame. Don't judge the guy for the nature of having intimacy. You know, it's his. I mean, yes, there is some personal responsibility, but you know, it's definitely more the lock's fault than the key's fault. So I think that, you know, now in this elitist gynocentric society, sure, you know, I would never reproduce. I think everyone should be ashamed if there's a reproduction act out of it. But you know, I think that now, sure, I mean, you know, I would briefly have intimacy because I'm incel. You know, I can't if I said no, I would not be here. I would be volcel. I would be in my own communities. I'd be in my own, you know. But I'm incel, which is why this I guess ideology that I have isn't as, you know, it's.
Oh my god! I just remembered this. I have to talk about it. I just remembered it. It's real quick, small. Face, did you see on the Lookism forum? Okay, I'm not trying to put you on blast or anything. Who knows if that is or is not your picture? Let's not even confirm it. But you probably don't even care if it gets leaked anyway, right?
No,
you
no.
Really don't give a
Lookism
fuck,
talks about me.
I'm not gonna direct people to it, but this guy took what they're claiming to be your picture. Who knows? And they did an experiment with you on Yubo.
Oh no! The guy I spoke to, the guy, he said he made it up. It was
he made it up. Okay, because
yeah.
he was claiming he took your picture and had like 10 hot girls saying
no. It was number one. He made it up,
and they're saying, "Oh, you have to stop making videos. You're like a Tyrone."
No, he made it up.
It was fake. It was
I spoke
totally
to that
fake.
guy. I spoke to that guy. He's from I think it was Sin from Australia. I think he said I confess I made it up. I just wanted to troll. Lookism is a troll forum.
It was fake. Because I was gonna say, dude, did you see that? You can go to fucking Australia.
No, it's troll forum. Fake. The whole forum is a bunch of Lookism is a bunch of like guys between 4 to 7 who think that you can only be attractive if you're Lakovsky. So it's a kind of autistic forum. It did have a good golden age. Where it was innovating some of the ideas I speak about in my What Attracts Women videos. It had definitely had a golden age. It had a high IQ golden age where people were like innovating ideas about what makes a face attractive, upper eyelid exposure, medial canthus, zygomatic arch, like philtrum to chin height ratio. Like it definitely did have a good innings, but it's kind of descended into dog shit right now. And they speak it. I live rent free in Lookism's head. I haven't posted there for 3 years, and every 3 days they post about me, which is, you know, if they like me, that's fine. If they hate me, that is fine as well. Feel free to just ignore me.
Chat's saying that's face in the middle. You're actually using your
picture. Oh yeah, that's the real me. They are free to judge my videos as garbage. That is fair. Like, lookism, you're free to say that my channel is garbage, my videos are garbage, you don't like me, you don't want to watch me. That's fine. I don't care. My videos aren't for you because you guys are like good looking anyway. I don't care. I'm not trying to appeal to you. But why speak about me? I left that forum 3 years ago. I mean, these guys, the guys on Lookism, will be telling their children about me. They'll be like sending their kid off to school, and they'll be like, "Hey Jimmy, you know that I don't like that the fucking FACEandLMS, like the fucking bastard with these videos. Downvote him. Like, get over me. Jeez, I'm just an low IQ streamer on the internet. Just get over me. Just ignore me. Jeez. Yeah, I think let me just do some of these last minute live chat super chats. Jenny with a male avatar said, at Bomber, never breed unless you're bleaching. I don't know if that makes sense because he's already white, already snow. Maryland guy 0326 says, for $4.99, says, please tell this guy women don't want men that no other women want. Incel dating app, laugh my ass off. That's to you. Oh, the guy went. Cal went. He went. Yeah, he's gone. Anyway, that we kind of debunked that anyway. Bomber Drummer, you have been on here for like, I don't know, about 7 days now. This stream lasted. I appreciate you taking time out. I hope you've had some kind of fun. Do you think you've learned anything, or do you think it's kind of reshaped your perspective slightly?
I think I haven't reaffirmed my beliefs, but I would say that changing in the grand scheme of things, not really. No,
but are you more open to different things? I'm not going to say, oh, suddenly you're a leftist cuck and you're drinking soy and...
Well,
no.
For sure, I think I fucked up with the gene stuff. I think that there needs to be more, I think for me, thought into like the gene process and gene splicing. But for the most part, it's still, based. It's its own form of ethno-nationalism, in which I would say that the black pill and incel them too take part in, which is like rejection of the whole traditional societies, women could own property and all that, and that's not epic. That is not epic. So I got a YouTube channel. I do politics stuff too.
Okay, give us spell it out. Give us your YouTube channel.
It was Bummer Drummer. You just gotta look up Bummer Drummer Insight. You probably got it. It came from a old Game Grumps meme. Yeah, you can call it soy all you want. I thought Game Grumps was funny when I was like 14, and I made the pseudonym. But I usually do politics-based videos, so I would stream the presidential election. I would do all of that stuff. So that's kind of my thing, and I will occasionally talk about actual incel stuff. However, personally, I do think a lot of that is talk to death. I think that a lot of that is quite.
Just for the last point, my goodness, this stream has been going so long. I disavow BLM, or I probably should say Night Lives Matter, because when it first came along about 4-5 years ago, I became aware of it. I thought they were arguing in favor of night men being shot where's my sound effect? Shot indiscriminately, like just by police just going ham hard as a motherfucker on them. But when I watched the dashcam footage and the CCTV footage of these night men resisting arrest and giving the police a reason to want to use elevated means, I kind of lost faith with Night Lives Matter. So why can't we just congregate, descend upon the Proud Boys ideology, which is Western ideology, high and smarts, identifying with the West and wanting the best for the West and not trying to be a victim because of your stock. Why can't we just like meet in the middle and be like that? You do that on you do that on the INCELS forum. You do that without, like, subconsciously, what's the word I'm looking for? Implicitly, you do that when you post on that forum full of incelibates. Why can't you just broaden that horizon?
Well, for sure, but incels, INCELs.co, there's a lot of racial conflict there.
Yeah,
Constantly,
but that is environmental as well. That is definitely, it's going to take a while for things to settle down. But you can, I mean, look at me and you, like, we get along. I feel I like you. I don't have any animosity towards you. Even the points on which we disagree with, I'd probably agree with you more than I agree with my friends, my in real life friends. So I don't get it. Like, why can't you just say, this guy is low IQ, doesn't like the West, screw him. This guy is high IQ, has behavior I like. He's not of my stock, but we get along. Why can't you just treat people as individuals? Why do you have to join this ideology which says that I don't like any person who is not of my stock?
Well, it's not that I don't like them, but I think that there would be inevitable racial conflicts, if not between us, between our kin, and that's how it happens. Much like the pirate republics of this guy went in Madagascar, and they established this little pirate republic. Some say it's fake, but basically what happened is they did get along, and then their kin ended up killing each other. But I want to know that it's not hate. I think that ethno-nationalism should be for every race. I think that every race should like it. And I think that it won't just be you and a monolith mixed with the people of your race that you disagree with. It's going to be different politically. There's going to be different political entities. There's going to be different, entities as a whole, and it's going to be very, you're not going to be generalized. You're going to be able to, choose who you want to go with. Because there's so many people that like the West that are Syrian, Somali, whatever. They like the West, and and for that, there's enough of them to make a pro-West, much like the Bahamas or Bermuda or a lot of those places. They totally have the ability to go into those areas and be not only Western but also be based, and then we could all cooperate just separately. But it'd be fun.
Okay. I think we've reached the end of this, the logical end of this conversation. I have appreciated you spending 4 of your 4 hours in your prime speaking to me, and taking a pommeling from, was it Mr. Anglo, and whoever. We're friends on Discord now, so I'm happy to chill with you, and I don't really care about stock. I disagree with night nationalists who think that the Kangs guys. I don't really agree with those people. Like, it's just cringe. So, like, I just want to be in a community. I recognize that men are screwed today. I just want to chill with my incelibate bros. I identify with you if you've been rejected by women, if you get treated like garbage by women. I identify with you. I don't think it's a question of obviously, snows do have an advantage in that they're more favored in there are like intricacies to delve into, but broadly speaking, like, if you're a 3 out of 10 in snow incelibate, I identify with you more than some night nationalist who's hung up on the pyramids and the Kang's bullshit, right? Do you agree? Right?
Yeah, I think that while this China-centric society persists on, if we are going to have to associate with each other, us as a collective group of men who have been rejected by society as the China-centrism continues, but once that falls apart, if it does, then I think that the natural course will be to become ethno-nationalist.
Bro, shut up. You like me, I like you. We're good friends. Like, to stop coping, right?
I'm saying, like, we can. I mean, I don't know. It's a whole different. There are things that you can mix with people on. Like
I can't identify with black women, and they're of my own stock. So who cares?
My race of races of women are entirely different. I don't even want to. I mean, I'm not going to say that they're not human, but they definitely don't have. I definitely don't have the struggles. I could relate to an ethnic man, like a guy on incels.co. I could relate to you more than I could to a snow woman, but that's just because they're snow women.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
This I've enjoyed speaking to you today. It's been. How do you think it went? Like, do you think I've been unfair to you? Like, do you think I should apologize? Is there something I haven't given you a chance to say?
No, not necessarily. It went about as expected, maybe. I definitely think that a lot of my I mean, I'm not the greatest public debater or speaker.
I'm literally garbage at speaking publicly. It's an amazement why up to 900 people watch this garbage. It defies logic.
Yeah. So I mean, I think I could have done. I did the best that I could have done for sure. Defending my point, defending, and again, because it's such a niche ideology, it's not traditionalist right, and it's also not multicultural. It's a very niche kind of ideology, even nicher than white nationalism, because there are some tenets of the.
All right, man. Me and you, we agree. 1350, we agree. We agree. Smarts are predictive of your prosperity in life. Like, we're friends, man. Just shut up. We're friends. Stop denying it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Like, the black pill has to be acknowledged, and if you're a black pillar, there are certain facts you may not like, but you just have to acknowledge that they're true. I hate the smarts and stock debate or question, but I have to recognize it's true. I hate that women behave a certain way when they're faced with Chad, but you just have to recognize that women aren't the level-headed people we hope they were. So who cares? Like, I mean, yeah. So I'm going to end the stream now. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, Bomber Drummer. And I don't know, do you want to give your channel again one more time? It's Bomber Drummer on YouTube.
Bomber Drummer. If you just search up Bomber Drummer Insole, you'll find it. If you find me on .co, you'll also see my Discord tag. I'll see you later, man. Cool stream. Very long. Gonna take a nap. See you later, man.
Hey, good night, bro. See ya. Bye.
Yeah, good night.
And that is our stream for tonight. Thank you guys for wasting 4 hours of your prime, and we are out of here. Thank you. Low IQ. My IQ. And now we transition